Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. So I started making a video. I was completely oblivious that the DNC was this week. So I started making a video yesterday, Monday. Today's Tuesday, August 20th. And I realized, I had a video that I was supposed to put out today. And I put it out last night because I needed to get this one out because it's kind of epic, right? There's an angry man and he lost his job at the DNC. And his name is JoJo Magoo. So I already made an hour video yesterday, and then today I did the last 3 hours to get this thing. I rushed it out. I spent the whole day working assiduously to get this out today, and hopefully this will be up tonight. And then I'm going to wait 3 days and cover the next 2 days, and then I'll wait another day or two to cover the last day. And so, I'll have more time now. But I have a lot of content here, so there's going to be some space. Like I said, 3 days from now, probably my next video on like Thursday or Friday or something, just so like people can catch up with the content, and I'll cover the next couple of days of the convention. And so here's the first part. There's an hour, the like introduction stuff, which is kind of good, and then the the stuff with the DNC is like phenomenally bad, like it's hilariously bad. Okay, greetings, brothers and sisters. I'm a day ahead of time here. 2 days today is Monday, August 19th. I'm going to release the video that I just posted yesterday on Tuesday, so this video probably won't be up till Thursday. So I'm like way ahead of schedule. I'm hopefully going to get a video out on my other channel, the Apocalypse Now. I got one out last week, and then, whatever. It's just I'm putting out too much content. I have a few videos up on my Gratefullness meditation and the backup channel. All are linked in the description box about the a gathering I attended in 1993. There's some video clip of me there, younger version, which I didn't know existed. But anyways, so that's all there. Of course, to do with the algorithm stuff. I'm still getting comments from people saying they're rediscovering my channel. So YouTube is slowly notifying all my subscribers, occasionally still, and people are realizing I'm still making content because of the shadow banning that YouTube has engaged in with not just me, but other channels. So comment, like videos. There's merch. There's a membership program. There's, subscribing, resubscribing. If you've been unsubscribed, hit the notification button. And I think the biggest thing is to like videos and comment if you want YouTube to keep on seeing that you're still interested in this channel. If you don't do anything, they won't. And even just leaving an emoji, it just, it's not about the comments, about, notifying YouTube that you're engaged with the content. I had a kind of some just truther realizations about, living as a truther and just all these things. And what does it mean and what is it good for? How is it helpful? And I want to start off with, I had this kind of realization about our kids, right? Because I was talking about this with the Sajmarg meditation, that there was these kids that grew up, American kids, and going to these gatherings. And I saw these kids grow up, like I would see them like every year when, the master of the system would come to America. And they would, they'd put on plays. There would be these gathering, or some would do performances, right? Someone would do like Indian dance or something like that at the end of the gathering. And these kids all look like neat spiritual kids, these indigo kids or crystal children that they talk about in the New Age community. They're supposed to be this group of higher developed souls that have incarnated down. And, given the state of this generation, I'm like, where are those frickin' indigo kids? And, my own kids. And it was always the thought that these kids would all do the system, right? Do the meditation. And almost none of them have. Some of them started, but none of them were into it. And so this generation who grew up with it, and I never talked to them, like, I don't know, my own kids, there was, our family was such a mess, so there was things to do with that, right? But, all these other kids, I never really talked to them, but I know why they didn't do it. In part, it's just the way American kids are, right? And so I was talking about this with my wife in terms of being truthers. Remember when the big event happened in January, and all these kids from these QBs and these right wing Trumpers were turning their parents in. Remember, they were seeing their parents engaged in activities on that big day in January, and they were turning their parents in. And years ago, I realized this. I read an article, and so when I grew up, and I went to high school in 1982, and where I grew up, you had to wear Levi's jeans. Like it was this thing, and you would be made fun of if you didn't wear Levi's jeans. I've never had a business mind, but I always knew that Levi's jeans was doing really great. And then, like 20 years later or so, I read an article, or maybe like in the 2000s, that Levi's jeans was going bankrupt, and I was like, how can that be, right? Like, how is that even possible? And I looked at the article, and it said that the kids who were the kids who were growing up looked at Levi's jeans being their parents' jeans. They didn't want to wear the clothes their parents wore, right? And the article talked about this phenomenon where the kids often reject things that their parents do, whatever it is. And and I've seen that since then. I've seen evidence of that everywhere, that American kids often have the opposite opinions of their parents, right? Like they grow up believing the opposite things or doing the opposite things that their parents do. Like there's just this rejection of whatever's going on culturally. And I saw it in the Sajmarg meditation. You'd have Indian people coming and getting jobs in America, and they grew up. They retained their Indian culture. Like they had Indian decor in their homes, and they ate Indian food and wore Indian clothes. And their kids like hated India. Like I saw this over and over again. They wanted nothing to do with the meditation, but also like going to India or the Indian culture. Like they were just wanting to be American. And it's such a the difference between the two cultures. I've talked about this with Kamala Harris, right? The difference between the two cultures, American and Indian culture, are almost oppositional in lots of different ways. And so you see this with like immigrants, right? Like the kids can't wait to throw off their culture and become American. I mean, it's happened, generation after generation. After, two generations, you're an American and you like barely know anything about your culture. The culture of your immigrant parents or grandparents, and your values and your morality and things like this. And so it's been more and more prevalent because the system has been breaking people away from their parents even more since the internet. Like parents have such little influence on their kids. And you guys can speak to this, you guys who have kids who are, especially if you have older kids, can speak to how your kids think about truth or stuff. Because for me, my parents, my dad was a guidance counselor, and my mom was fairly religious, but they were really incompetent. Like my one complaint would be how incompetent they were, and really incompetent with me because I had a brother who was 17 years older than me and three sisters, and the one that was closest to my age was 10 years older than me. And so there was this huge gap. There's a couple of miscarriages. My parents were Catholic, so they had 5 kids and 2 miscarriages. And by the time I was growing up, my boomer hippie, my sister was a boomer hippie, the oldest sister, and my brother was a Vietnam vet. And, there was enough pushback from my siblings telling my parents how bad they sucked, right? So they were older. And as you get older, you just don't have as much fire. Your younger kids just don't get the same level of intensity as you go in. The firstborn kids, you're much more of a parent to them, or you're much more engaged. And as the as the kids you get to the younger kids, you're pretty much tapping out, right? As a parent, like it's just there's less of whatever. And so the firstborns, the first kids get the a big dose of parenting. And then, by the end, especially when there's a gap, Like my parents had lost all confidence in their parental skills because of the conversations they were having with like basically adult children, and I was 10 or 11 years old or whatever, and so I was just like no interaction with my parents. Like I don't remember having a conversation with my parents about life or anything from the time I was like 11 till I was in my 20s, right? When, I was out of the house. But, there was a few things that stood out. Like my dad had gotten all kinds of kids. He worked in like the inner city in Hartford, Connecticut. We lived in a suburb, first West Hartford, then Simsbury. And he wrote a letter of recommendation for my best friend. And I had no idea how to apply for college. Like I was totally clueless. I never had one conversation with my parents about applying for schools or anything like that. Like we didn't have. I mean, my dad did this professionally. Like I remember, I dated a girl whose stepdad was a mechanic, and they didn't ever have a car that worked, right? Like they were constantly having broken down cars. He had like 3 or 4 broken down cars that he was going to work on eventually, but they just their cars were always in bad shape, and he had one of their kids was like joyriding. He wasn't drunk or anything, but he was joyriding with some friends, and the tires on the car were kind of bald, and he slid out and hit a tree and killed one of his friends. And the mother of the friends went, ballistic and after the kid. She was harassing the district attorney of this like small town, and the kid got charged with, basically he was like 15 years old and put in adult jail for like 3 years, like adult prison, right? And so, my parents and I had no conversations about life. Like I didn't know anything about what I was supposed to do and, what I was supposed to do when I graduate high school or any kind of preparation, And there was another thing where I started smoking pot when I was 14. I got I fell off a zip line, I got a head injury. So I just, which apparently when things like that happen, you're susceptible to recreational drug use. And I had a bean bag in my room and I hit a bong in it. And my mom found it. Somehow they figured out I was smoking pot because I was hanging out with, potheads or whatever. And my mom took the bong. And, so I got another one. And like like a month later, I kicked the bean bag and the bong was back in there, right? My mom put the bong back in the bean bag. And my mom was a worrier, like, and I don't know what probably went through her head, during that period of time. But they decided to give the bong back without ever talking to me about smoking pot, right? And one time I was smoking pot. I wanted to watch this movie called Altered States, which, I thought would be interesting to watch when I was stoned. And I made a bong out of some shampoo bottle. And my dad came down, and there was a beanbag down there, and I think the beanbag must have been moved. I don't know what the time frame of this thing was, but it was later on. And I pushed the beanbag over towards the, to cover, like I had a fire going. There was a fireplace, and the beanbag was against the fireplace, covering up where the bong was. Like I threw it over there to hide it, like real quick. My dad found it and he said, "What's this for?" And I said, "For spitballs." And he said, "What?" And I said, to make spitballs. And he goes, "What's the water for?" I said, "Compression," right? But like there was just smoke in the air. Like it was obviously I was smoking pot. Like I would blow the smoke into the fire, and that helped. But, it was like 2 a.m. And my dad just sat there and watched the movie with me. Like there was this split level, like it was basement type of place where I'd be watching TV. My parents would watch TV upstairs, right? But there was never any conversation about it. Like we never talked about this thing. And I was just sitting there giving him the finger, like, because like just like their incompetence. Like I was stoned and I was realizing how incompetent he was. Like there should have been like a conversation. My parents were like, we didn't have any. We didn't talk about anything, right? And so when I had kids, I wanted to be able to prepare them for life because I just wasn't. Like I had no preparation at any level. Part of it because didn't respect my parents and whatever, and they were incompetent, so they really couldn't prepare me. And so I would talk to my kids about things, whatever it was, right? And certainly about doing the Sajmark meditation, but also about truther stuff, right? My ex did as well. And now my kids are rebelling against that stuff, right? Like their complaints about me and the family would be about those things, right? And so they were all very, were interested because they didn't get the boop, they didn't get the boop, they didn't get any kind of, um, vaccinations when they were growing up. And for the most part, they had no major health issues. They didn't get any of the diseases that you would get vaccinated for, right? They didn't get any of them. But when COVID came around, they wanted to get them. The two younger kids who live with me were, my wife now was talking to them about it quite a bit, and they were bummed out and just didn't want to hear about it anymore, right? And so but there was no reason for them to get it because they were exposed to it because me and my wife got COVID in March of 2020, and we got a bad dose of it, and neither of my kids got it, and they were in the house, and when I had it and didn't know I had it, I was cooking food, and they were exposed to it, right? I mean, the whole thing. There's no way they wouldn't have been exposed to it. So they got it and their immune systems fought it off. And yet, based in their research, they wanted to um, get the vax. And my wife and I got COVID 3 times, and each time it was not as bad as the first time. And the last time we got it, my son got a little bit. He got sick for one day. But, they still thought they should get the what. So, like they didn't, but they, and I realized that. I mean, my son now actually, we've had some conversations, and he asked me about things. He asked me about politics and things from my perspective. So there is a little bit of a truther stuff in there. For a while he was like a Trumper, like he was his friends and people were pro the Trump stuff, like anti-liberal woke stuff, and I mean, they have some truther stuff in them, but it's limited. And there's almost because most of it is probably just because of rebellion and not being like your parents, which kind of sucks. Like you grow up in America not wanting to be like your parents. But these group of kids are very anti-conspiracy theorists, right? I mean, these, younger kids, they are, rebellious against this stuff. And it's weird because they don't watch mainstream news. They don't get their news from CNN, but they talk about fake news, and they're more into science, obviously, anti-religion, but like in that way the truth community is a failure because if your younger generation is rebelling against the truth movement, then like the whole thing's a waste of time, right? Like if you can't bring young people into it, I mean the whole thing, any kind of movement is based in a new generation taking the torch. And if the new generation is like anti-truther, then what can you say? Like they can't wait to go to the Agenda 31 housing. They can't wait to submit to the governmental stuff and the social stuff and the all of it, and they can't wait to rat out their parents to the authorities. I mean, it's just a lost generation, right? I mean, they have the kids, and so like all this stuff that we're doing, they have the kids. Like it doesn't matter because when the kids grow up, they'll be anti-truth, or maybe they switch. Maybe there's some awakening, like maybe events unfold. Who knows? Like they have at least some. They have the knowledge there. Like they kind of understand some of the truther theories to some extent. But if they don't, if goes the way it is going now, the truth movement is a waste because young people are running away from it. Like not all of them, but the majority of them are buying into the official story, and mostly because they're rebelling against their truther parents. And again, I guess some sheeple parents, the kids will become truthers, so there's that, right? So it's almost like you're becoming a truther to save the sheeple parents' kids, right? Like it's some kind of invertendo thing where, your own kids will rebel against your truther beliefs, but the sheeple kids who, the sheeple parents who you dislike so much, their kids will, maybe become truthers because their parents are such sheeple. There's two other things about being a truther, right? I talk about this quite often where, that we disagree with the official story about what is a, an authority, who's an authority, because when we're criticized or insulted by mainstream media and politicians and news pundits, their main weapon, if you talk to your relatives, right, their main weapon is the official story. That the authority says we're conspiracy theorists. The authority says we're crazy. The authority says that we're completely wrong. But the authority has proven liars, right? The authority has proven over and over again they lie about everything, right? And 60% or more of Americans believe at least partially that the authority is, untrustworthy. They don't believe in the official story in all cases, or they question the official story. They're never 100%, agreement. I mean, people don't trust the Congress, they don't trust the president, they don't trust the media. And yet when you tell them something that freaks them out, they immediately revert to the official story as their, reason, like your sheeple friends and relatives, right? They immediately go back to the official story. The news says this, and the politicians say that, and scientists say this, right? And so, there's that element of it, right? Where people, when their beliefs are questioned, they often run back to an authority. When they feel rattled, they feel upset. But the problem with the truth community is when you don't believe in the official story of the authority, then who is a legitimate authority? And, when somebody agrees with you about the problem, you immediately assume they have the solution when you're listening to a Trump or a Tucker Carlson or someone like that. My wife sent me this. It's a really well done interview with Tucker Carlson. Let me see if I can find it here. I don't know, here it is. It's called Callie and Casey Means How Big Pharma Keeps You Sick. And so my wife wanted me to, capture it. She thought it might be taken down. I'm like, well, it's official. It's Tucker Carlson's whatever thing he's got going there. And I heard little bits of it, right? And, it's things that I know. Like, I don't think there'd be too much in there that I wouldn't already kind of know, right? But not know like these people who are experts in this situation, right? Like I knew Joe Biden had dementia in 2019, but I didn't know he had Parkinson's, until I saw that guy who was an expert in, Parkinson's talk about it and describe the symptoms, because he and other people who do that kind of work, they can recognize the specific diagnosis, right? And so, there is some value in listening to experts describe it as opposed to, like I'm an expert in understanding the whole illusionary system, right? But I'm not going to be, able to be a specific expert in all these different things and fields. You can't be. I didn't work. You have to work in them. You have to, live them and breathe them, right? And, it was a well done, the parts that I listened to were well done. And they described things that, of course, I would have no access to that knowledge. But I don't really need it. Like, I don't, to make my own decisions, I don't really need it, right? And so to me, I'll listen to things and, just for entertainment purposes, but it really doesn't, benefit me because I have enough knowledge to make decisions about all these things, right? But the issues were, before the interview, Tucker Carlson talks about embedding himself with Trump, right? And he talks about the Ketchup Gate, and Bandage Gate, that they have exclusive footage of that day. And, he would have to be in on it then, right? Like his team of filmers, would have to know that, this was staged, right? And so, like, he's talking truth about big pharma. Like, there's no question that the interview has a lot of truth in it. What I saw. My wife said the whole thing was excellent. She listened to the whole thing. But, he's not willing to call bullshit on Trump, right? And it's because there's this idea if one side is caught lying, then the other side must be the truthers, right? If they're the liars, then Trump must be the truther. If Kamala and Joe Biden and the Democrats are liars, then the Republicans and Trump must be the truthers, and that's not true, right? Like you're still caught up in that binary system. And so Tucker Carlson can deliver, truthful interview that has value. He has quality guests on. I mean, Alex Jones used to have this as well. They have quality, narratives about some of the things, and yet they lie to you about other things, right? They're and whatever their handlers are, they're controlled or whatever extent. But the fact that he wouldn't, he was there at the convention and he wouldn't call bullshit on the Trump ketchup gate, which is clearly faked and staged, and certainly we know for facts exaggerated, because he had a cut that needed no stitches and clearly wasn't bleeding when he was walking off the stage, and he put that big giant maxi pad on it, and he's been milking this thing ever since, right? Which was, any truth to the thing, it would only be a boo-boo. Like, we know it's not that, but we know for a fact, because Trump's doctors and seeing Trump's air now, that he never really needed a bandage. Like, he never needed any kind of a bandage because he didn't have any kind of stitches. The wound was, maybe the first night. So, I mean, it's hard to bandage an ear, right? Like, it's hard to put any kind of like, it's not like you can put a Band-Aid, especially, the way the ear is shaped. And so, maybe so it wouldn't bleed at his pillow or something, but it wasn't like, it was a small wound. Again, their official story, they're saying it's a very small wound that didn't need stitches. So, him, pumping his fist in the air in that big moment was an exaggeration. All of it didn't have any kind of merit, right? So we can't prove there was, the part about we can look at the evidence and say, yeah, we don't believe it happened at all. That's some deduction and some speculation, and how, WWE, all the evidence I presented about it being like a fake event, right? But that's not, factual. But factually, we know that the cut was next to nothing. Like, whatever happened to his ear, if there was anything, it had no damage, and he didn't need to, brag about it like he does. And he's been lying about blood on his hands and blood all over the place, because the only blood that was on his ear and his face, and that was it. And so Tucker Carlson is going along with that, because Tucker Carlson is also a shill, right? And so some of the things that Tucker Carlson does have value. Some of the things that Joe Rogan does have value. They have actual truth in there, right? Some of the things that Kennedy said had value. Some of the things that Kennedy said about all the stuff that he talked about, right? The environment and, the bloop and all that stuff, right? Those things were true. And yet he's horrible on Israel, because they're all, owned to whatever extent. And so just because they're right about the problem doesn't mean they have the solution, or they're actually truthers. It means that they're able to describe a problem that you agree with, and therefore you trust them, and you shouldn't, because somebody describing the problem, even any truther that you listen to, doesn't mean that they're on the side of truth, or they're on the side of, or they have a solution. Like, there's no solution to the economy, but both Trump and Kamala Harris have unveiled economic plans that they're probably not going to implement, because there's already an existing economic plan that transcends individual presidencies, right? Just like there's already a foreign policy in place, and there's little ways a president can tweak it, but there are lots of things in place that they're not going to let a president come in and mess up, right? I mean, that was one of the problems with Trump, because he was willing to go in there and mess up some of these long-standing foreign policy plans and things that were going on. Like, a presidency is only 4 years, and they have plans that have been going on for 50, 60 years, right? Like, long game plans, and they find a way to keep the things going with each president, right? That's where the handlers come in. So the economy is part of that. So the economy is insolvent and can't be fixed, and they're not going to have someone come along and bring in a whole new radical plan to change the economy, because it that would just expose the heavy debt-based nature of the economy, right? So both of them come up with solutions, but they don't really have solutions. They're just lying, right? It's just who gets blamed for the economy. Trump got blamed for the economy in 2020, and Kamala in 2024. The other part of the Tucker Carlson interview is, they're basically talking about how they're making people unhealthy and fat and weak, and all the people in America, in ways that they're not doing in other countries. That the medical system is there to make you sick, and it's for profit, and these doctors come out with exorbitant student loans, $500,000 in debt, and they hook up with big pharma, and they have a system where the more they prescribe, the more kickbacks they get from big pharma, and so they have those, big pharma brings these doctors to these conferences and things like this, and let them pay them exorbitant fees for lecturing, and so if they're pushing their side effect ridden medications that also make you sick, and some of the other things that the system's actually hurting people physically and mentally and all these things, right? Which we all know that. And so the one part they're missing is, and pretty much every truther is missing, is there's no way to solve this problem of our system. And so they have to take down America and Americans. They have to make Americans weak. They have to make their kids pathetically addicted to the internet and, unable to, have 60% of these kids are depressed and, all these things, right? They have to make the next generation of, the young people, the future generation of 20-year-olds and 30-year-olds completely docile and dependent on the system and weak and incapable of having critical thinking skills and having no morals and religious, training and, any idea of God and any of these things, being just completely pacified and willing to accept the deal that they're going to get. Because the deal they're going to get is not as good as the deal that we got, right, as adults. And there was, promise for our future, even though the debt was already out of hand then, that there was going to be an economic boom, the internet was going to be a big thing, and, just all the rest of it. But they can't give you your lifestyle. They can't give the promised lifestyle to you. You're not going to get the retirement your parents got. We're not getting the retirement our parents got. The elderly people are being, killed off as quickly as possible so that they can't be a burden on the system. Social Security is going to disappear. All of it, right? So, they're reneging on their promises. We all grew up with promises, and that's what's happening. And so the healthcare system's a part of that, right? And there's no way to fix it. There's no way they can provide for you and especially these young people the lifestyle that we're accustomed to. And so they're going to lose their privileges. And they've been talking about taking your privileges, right? This whole idea of white privilege, that's so that they can take your privilege, right? It's not that they're going to give the privilege to people of color. It's that all privileges are going to be taken away and you're going to be living a much more reduced version, a completely different version of what you consider material life, which they've described as you'll own nothing and you'll like it, right? And so that's happening. And more than likely, the whole system's going to come down anyway. I mean, that's what they're trying to do to, like a stopgap. They're trying to do that to, the changes they're trying to implement is just to keep the thing going and retain their level of power and their lifestyle, which of course that's what they would do because the leaders are the most selfish, amongst, a humanity that's really selfish and egotistical and narcissistic and all of it. They're the worst and they're taking care of themselves, which, is par for the course, right? It's for everybody. That's the kind of leaders we deserve because that's the kind of people we are. Everyone's taking care of themselves. Nobody's serving God. Nobody's serving, their brothers and sisters. Everyone's in it for themselves. Everyone's bankrupt. And they're, just takers, right? A society of, of consumers, that people just consume, material goods and services without, being able to give anything back. Everyone making the world a worse place, right? And so the system's going to collapse under that weight of immorality and selfishness and, deprivation and economic debt and things like this. It's inevitable. And the problem with Tucker Carlson and, and real truthers or people who want to be, or at least sincere, is that they're all pretending that there's a solution. They're all finding a way to imagine that there's a solution, whether the solution is Trump or whether the solution is, whatever it might be for them. It's, it's lying to yourself, right? So you understand the problem, but then you put the problem on the deep state or the Democrats or the liberals and not the whole system. You're not acknowledging that we're an evil empire and that, it will be just desserts for us to suffer the same thing that people are suffering because of our enjoyment. America's indulgences are at the cost of people in poverty around the world suffering for our, consumption, right? And so, ultimately us becoming poor and destitute is, a part of that, right? And there's just always an ebb and flow. Like you should experience both abundance and poverty in your lifetime. Like you should experience these things, like everyone should, because it's like what happens in nature. It happens to every animal. It happens to, every tree, all the, plant life and things like this. There are times where there's drought. There's times where there's too much rain. There's times where there's, famine and there's reduction in population of squirrels, whatever it might be, right? There's years of bounty, like windfall profits. I forget there's a term for it, but, years ago I lived in New Mexico and people were on the highway picking piña nuts, these pine nuts. And there were some years, like there was whatever it is, like with locust or whatever, there would be, an epic harvest of pine nuts, right? Like a banner year. And the same thing, like I remember when our cows used to eat acorns, and there's this one year we had I couldn't believe the amount of acorns that were falling, right? Like some years the trees produce more, maybe just because of the climate or maybe because of the, water flow or, combination of those things or just, it's cyclical. But that happens in nature. And then there's times there's depravity, right? There's just years that you don't get what you thought you were going to get in the harvest, right? Something happens, there's drought, animals, locusts, whatever it is, right? You think you're going to harvest all these crops and it doesn't pan out. That happens all the time, right? It happens on a large scale in our system, with the, way that we industrialize farming. And they have it now with the chemicals and all these things that they can, have this non-nutritious food that they grow that's, poisonous and has all these chemicals that keeps the bugs at bay and whatever it is. But it's, the topsoil is depleted. There's no nutrition in it, and they're putting chemicals in the ground and, giving it false nutrition. And, the food sucks, right? So there's, they've sort of gotten rid of some of the ebbs and flows of the harvest and yet at the price of nutrition, right? So, there's just, that's part of life, right? There's ups and downs, right? There's miseries and pleasure and, all these things. All these things are counterbalanced, and you need to experience both. If you're going to experience one, you have to experience both. So when you push away the pain, which is, Sajmark teaching, there's a bank of pain, and, pain is there for your benefit. Pain is there for your growth. Like you grow more out of your problems, and you accomplish more out of your obstacles than you do out of your happily ever after pleasure times, right? And so when you push away all those things, and people don't build any sort of resilience, and they don't learn to overcome anything, they don't build any inner strength, and they don't connect to God because they're constantly indulging. And when you're happy and then indulging, you don't think about God. And so it's those times when you need God that, it forms a relationship. And so when you push away that bank of pain, that pain is still there for you. Like you're delaying its release into your life, right? And then people go to, they're in their death process, or they're in their elderly years, and they're suffering physically, they're suffering emotionally, they're having mental breakdowns, and it's too much pain for them, right? Because they haven't learned to deal with it in small doses, right, to where they become, accustomed to it. And that's what's waiting for us all. So that's, that's what's going to happen. Like in America, there's, all the dealing with hot and cold, for example. Like we could keep with a flick of a turn of a button, you can keep the temperature exactly the way you like it, right? And you always have water, you always have the things you need. And when that's no longer the case, what do people do? And how do they react to that, right? Do they embrace it? Do they feel, alive? Does it make them feel alive? Do they fight to survive, or do they fold like a card house? And, we'll all find out, right? That's all waiting for us. But anyways, let's get into the other stuff here. Okay, so I talked about this in my last video. This is Kamala Harris going to a South Carolina barbershop where her blackness is being, she's trying to gain street cred, right? Let's watch a little bit of this here.
Don't make me cry over it.
So here we are at the barbershop.
This is where we hang out at.
We have all kind of
I know
conversations.
that. Only truth gets spoken in the barbershop.
Yeah, we talk about Kamala Harris in the barbershop all the time. All the questions come up. Is she black enough? Why she gotta have a white husband? Is she Kamala the cop? These are all the conversations in the barbershop. Some of the things we talk about right now. And so it's a great thing that you address all those things that we talk about as African American men. And like I said to you before, my son and my daughters should be afforded the same opportunity as everybody else. Why do we question who we are as a people? You know, why are we questioning supporting this African American woman who was raised in Oakland?
Not Oakland, right? We've already just, she lived in Berkeley. So it wasn't like she grew up in Oakland, right? And she's not technically African American. I mean, if you call somebody who's Jamaican African, and she grew up in America. She's obviously American, but she's Indian, Jamaican, and Irish, right? At least that's some of her makeup. I don't know about, other, I didn't see her 23andMe, right? But we know that she was the ancestor of Irish slave owners and a Jamaican intellectual, Marxist, economist, professor, and a Brahmin Indian woman, right?
Went to a historical black college, who lived a life of no different than what I live. Why is it so difficult for people to just be on an automatic? Oh no, I'm supporting her. Because she lived the same life, I'm supporting her. Why is it a question?
She didn't live the same life as you. She didn't live the same life as most people. She is somebody who is an anomaly, right? Which isn't a bad thing. It's not. I mean, the fact that she's unlikable, that's just, the way she is. That's her personality. But she would be an interesting person. Like, I would think that kind of a makeup of Indian and Jamaican and growing up in Berkeley and these places like that. Of course, the liberalism and stuff that you're going to get from that. But she didn't have an ordinary life, right? And she got into be a mainstream politician by banging a guy 60-year-old guy when she was 29, right? And so, the knee pad's part of it. So, she has a unique story, and she's willing to do things like other people wouldn't for success, right? For, political fame and, these things, right? She is a driven person who is willing to date a guy twice her age, a married man for 10 years, to get to where she is now. Like, that was an essential part of her, her stepping stone, right? So she wouldn't be here today if she didn't do that. And so she hasn't had an ordinary life. I want to add to that. I'm in the editing process and I'm listening to this, and I just want to make it clear because, I have to. Like, just not that I have to, but, people are constantly, and even when you make it clear, it's still never going to be clear enough. But the way I look at this thing, all of the politicians, all of the politics, all the celebrity stuff, is if people are all posers. And you see that now on social media. And people are pretending to be something they're not. Like, that's just modern day life. And I just have a distaste for it, right? A disdain for it. Like, it's just, it's like I've reached my tolerance level on the thing. And the fakery and just, pretending to be something you're not, right? And pandering to people and, just all of it, lies and deception. I mean, just be who you are, right? Be authentic. But most people don't know who they are because they have been faking it for so long, right? I mean, these politicians are horrible people behind closed doors. And you hear it over and over again. And yet they still, are able to act in a certain way, put on a performance, just like people do at their jobs, right? I mean, most people are faking it when they work. They're not psyched about being there. They probably hate their boss, right? All these types of things. And so these politicians are particularly fake, and they're doing fake things all the time and staging things. Like Kamala's hiding away. They're hiding her away. They won't let her do interviews. And she's, why are they hiding her away? Like Joe Biden had Parkinson's, but like, why are they hiding her away, right? And Trump, he isn't being hidden away, but he says things all the time that, his
followers just deny. Like, I think most of his followers kind of know the thing is fake. Like, you can just tell it's the energy's gone out of it. The ketchup gate is fake, right? And I think that they kind of on some level they know, but they just are in denial about it. They won't. There's nothing the guy can do, that they'll abandon him, right? And just see him for who he is. And that's another level of deception where people are just, that's the other part of it. We see it all the time where people are willfully deceiving themselves, right? See, the thing about Kamala and being, black enough or being, having street cred or any of these things is that she looks like she's African American. Like, she looks like she's light-skinned African American. Like, she easily could pass, right? They used to talk about how, there's used to be black people who could pass as white. Someone like Halle Berry or somebody, right? Some light-skinned, black people were, back when there was so much racism and things, they used to be able to pretend they were white, or at least, they were the kind of black people white people would feel comfortable around, right? And so this is kind of the opposite. And you have this in the truth community. You have this everywhere. Like in the Sajmark thing that I do, people have like purity tests, right? Or you're not a real truther, you're a shill, or, whatever it is, right? And people themselves, like, everyone thinks they're better than everyone else. Like, that's the problem. And we all suck. Like, like we're just, even if you're better than everyone else, you still suck. Like, even the best people in this era are selfish and narcissistic. You just happen to be a little bit better, but if you're better than other people, well, part of being better is you don't know that you're better, right? If you're constantly telling other people they suck and that you're better than them, then you're not better. Like, you're just, good people are just trying to be good. They're not trying to be better than other people. Like, that's like what you do when you're a bad person. Like, oh yeah, at least I'm better than that guy over there, right? Like, you can justify your level of being sucky. You can justify your suck by saying that somebody else is more sucky than you. Like, that's what a sucky person does, right? Good people are always trying to do better and are trying for self-improvement and are looking at their own character flaws, and they see things in other people and they're like, oh yeah, I do that too, and now I see how that affects other people, so I'm going to get rid of that, and I'm going to work to be better, and at least internally, right? Like, you don't know what is going on inside people. When somebody tries to do that and performs in front of everybody, look, I'm changing and I'm trying to become a better person. You have these sort of liberalish people that are in therapy all the time, and they're always talking about trying to self-improve, and but they do it out in front of everybody as a way to boost their ego and define themselves. Like, self-improvement is something very internal and private to yourself, right? Where you realize you've failed or you have flaws, character flaws, and you're working on those character flaws, right? I do it, I dabble in it. Like, I'm not, like, I'm okay. And it's just because it's part of the Sajmark system, and things bother me. If I do something or I have thoughts and, whatever it is that I'm like, below my standard or something I know is not correct, then I work towards correcting it, right? Because it just bothers me because I meditate and do these things. But, I'm not like somebody who's, I dabble, But the issue with Kamala in this particular case, because Trump has his own fakeness, because Trump's faking who he is. He's not really a Republican, and he doesn't believe in the things that his followers believe. I mean, his whole life, he never believed in those things. He's a rich guy who believes in rich guy things. We'll get back to Trump in a bit. The issue with Kamala is that she isn't somebody who's lived a similar life to an African-American person. She's had, levels of privilege and things, and she has a different, upbringing. And those issues aren't her issues. Like, they're only her issues because she wants political street cred and she wants support from that community. But with Kamala, you can see she's not a liberal or she's not a conservative. She's none of these things, right? She's done some conservative things as a DA. She's also done some very liberal things. But these things are just performative. It's about her boosting her career. She's just a chameleon who's, adapting to whatever group she's in front of and whatever, she thinks is the best form she should take for that particular group or what she's trying to achieve politically. Like, she's trying to impress one demographic or another. But none of those things are real. She's not a true believer. She believes in Kamala. And that's, that's very evident. Does that make her worse than Trump? No, because Trump believes in Trump. They're almost identical in that area. Like, they'll chameleon themselves into whatever they have to for their best, political advantage in their own narcissistic pursuits.
So why do you think it's a question? And do you find it difficult? Because you know who you are. You know the life you live and where you came from. Do you find it difficult that you have to prove to black people that you're black enough?
I mean, it can be very hurtful. We talked about this earlier. For people to question that when there's no need or reason to do that. But I experienced this when I was campaigning right here, in all over actually in 07 for Barack. The people have an ability to see what can be, even if they've never seen it before, and we in particular do. All of the fights that we've had for civil rights, for voting rights, all of that, so much of which were the leaders in the South, right here in South Carolina, in Georgia. We would not, none of us would be here having a serious conversation with a bunch of media about a black woman running for president of the United States. If for many generations, including great-grandmother Mariah, hadn't had the ability to see what can be and what is possible, even if we've not seen it before.
See, she doesn't really answer the question, right? She doesn't answer the question about her ethnicity. But the reason I'm covering it here isn't about her. It isn't about that. I'm covering it because I didn't even know this happened. Like, I covered the 2019 primaries, and I was familiar with Kamala because I saw Chris Matthews say, back in 2019, like spring of 2019. So we were, over a year out before the primary season was even going to get underway. And he said, when they were just starting to announce, like the summer of 2019, and it was probably like in May or June, and he said, it would be great if we had a Biden-Harris ticket. Like, Chris Matthews was an insider, a Democratic insider. And Kamala Harris at the time was polling like about 2%, and then all of a sudden she popped. Like, all of a sudden the mainstream media was talking about her. They weren't talking about Tulsi Gabbard or Andrew Lang or that guy with the funny name from Colorado, whatever, that guy. A bunch of these people. There was like about 20 candidates, and they singled Kamala out of the unknowns, right? And so she was getting a lot of run by the media. They were pushing her, and there was no reason for it. She had been a senator for one term, and she'd been a prosecutor, and they were pushing her. And all of a sudden she popped a little bit in the polls. She got 12%, and then she went back down and disappeared. Like, she got hammered by Tulsi Gabbard, who called her out for locking up black people for marijuana, things like this. You guys might remember that. And I was watching her. I was watching Joe Biden, Bernie Sanders. Pete Buttigieg sort of popped for a while, right? But I saw all these candidates, and I watched the debates because they were hilarious, right? I mean, Democratic debates were hilarious, and how goofy these guys were, and they're all looking for a viral moment. And a lot of them were polling under 1%, and Kamala was one of them after she got her little bit of a run, right? As soon as she's popped and, she was getting 12% of the vote, the other candidates set in on her, and she couldn't stand the test of time, and she quit, right? She quit the race. She ran out of money, and then Joe Biden said he was going to nominate a woman, and they said, well, why not a black woman? So he said, all right, I'll do Kamala Harris. And there's a reason they picked her, right? Out of all the black women candidates, right? All the black women politicians out there, right? Like, they didn't take somebody like Cynthia McKinney, who had stood up to, Donald Rumsfeld, and she stood up to Israel and the Israeli lobby, right? She's disappeared. Like somebody like that, right? So they took Kamala because Kamala was, gave them an insurance policy because she was unelectable for Joe Biden, and, she was somebody who had name recognition. But I didn't know this happened. I had no idea that I knew that the black community was supporting her over Joe Biden, which is outrageous because Joe Biden said some stupid ass stuff. The corn pop videos were popping, and Joe Biden was saying things about, that just made him seem like, I don't want to say necessarily racist, but clearly just out of touch and old. And he thrived in South Carolina. He got so much of the black vote because of Clyburn, and it saved his candidacy.
And Cory Booker and Kamala couldn't understand why black people were supporting Joe Biden over them, right? And now this makes more sense that they were questioning her so much so that she had to go there. And the reason that this is about Trump is that this should be one of the key demographics for Kamala Harris. Like, she should have the black vote, especially, with them labeling Trump as a racist. But if she, was like needing to win the black community over, and she's not doing a good job of it because she's not addressing why she married a white Jewish guy. She's not addressing her heritage and, all the things that people said about her locking up African Americans for not only marijuana, but for having, their kids be truant in school. Like, she has some things to answer for. And she's not doing that here. She's not taking it head on, right? She's diverting the question. But again, the reason why this is about Trump is if he can't beat a person who doesn't have one of their core demographics 4 years ago, right? Like, she's limping in without any electoral support. Again, they're kind of backdooring her into the presidency, but she has a legitimate chance to win. It didn't look like that after the convention. It didn't look like that when he was running against Biden. But she's now, running like a dead heat with Trump, and it could be anybody's race, right? And Trump keeps on stepping on his own foot and, just being Trump, right? And like, if he loses, he's like the biggest loser. Like I said in my last video, he's like the biggest loser in history because there's no way he should lose to her. There's zero way he should lose to Kamala Harris because she's, she proved to be unelectable. But she's doing a much better job, and they're handling her, and they're keeping her in the basement. And Trump is just, shooting himself in the foot, right? Like, every other day he's doing something that's, and just all of it. They have this narrative that he's panicking and these things, right? And so, there might be a place where Kamala is, people realize who she is, and then she owes her growing momentum is curtailed. But if he loses to somebody who can't win her own demographic, right? Like, she's not black enough for the black community. And this is, this is proof. It doesn't matter what Trump says or the Republicans say. She had to come to this barbershop for that very reason, right? Let's watch a little bit more of this.
So I'm not hating anybody for the conversation. Mm-hmm. I don't like it. Mm-hmm. But I understand it. The thing that has always been the reason for our progress is that optimism born out of faith and our preparedness to fight. And so that presents just a challenge for us as a campaign, which is to do the hard work of letting folks know. And I think there's the other part of it is that folks just, look, November of 2016 was rough. That was hard on people. No human being likes to feel pain.
Yeah, so they're talking about Hillary Clinton. So the reason Trump beat Hillary Clinton was she didn't get the African-American support that Barack Obama did. And so that was, in some of these key states, she didn't get that demographic, which Joe Biden did. And so that was some of the reason why Joe Biden, again, if you believe in the, results or whatever, whatever you believe or not. But the reason Joe Biden had more support than Hillary Clinton was he had more support in the African-American community. It was one of his key demographics. If she doesn't have that, and she doesn't have the kind of old white guy, vote in these Midwestern states, which are the ones she has to win, Wisconsin and Michigan and, Minnesota. That's why she's got that guy from Minnesota and Pennsylvania. Because Joe Biden, like, they liked that about Joe Biden. Like, they looked at him as kind of like almost like a Republican or somebody who, they identified with. The old white guy vote, right? So you're going after these blocks of voters, these various demographics. And so, again, the elections are rigged and whatever. We're going to see what happens. But, Trump, any chance of Trump running away with this and so that they can't rig it or fix it, and he's going to say it's rigged or fixed no matter what, right? But, like, they just have to make it close enough. And Joe Biden made it close enough. And Kamala Harris is right now doing that. And so that's completely on Trump, right? Like, Trump can't bury this unelectable person after the debacle with Joe Biden. And they're just letting Joe Biden off the hook, with the whole I mean, the guy's senile, and they're just allowing him to be president, like they forgot about him, and they need to bring him up more, not just Trump, but the whole right wing establishment, and maybe they're doing it to their base, but it's not making it into the other media. So, if he loses this thing, like it's just an embarrassment. Like there's just no way for him to recover from that in terms of his legacy. Like it's, and I never thought she was like going to be the first woman president, but now I think like it's possible because, isn't it like just poetic that a woman who, put on knee pads and serviced a 60-year-old dude to get her political career started in California and grew up in with a Marxist father, professor, and, in this, weird kind of college town environment, and like just no real her first election that's of note will be, I mean, she did win a Senate race, but it was unopposed, right? Like she won a Senate race when she was from liberal California. So getting the nomination maybe was a little tougher, but they gave it to her. She won over all the kingmakers, Nepads Harris. And so like if she gets to be the first president and she doesn't deserve any of it, right? Like to me, it's almost like Trump winning the presidency, right? Like Kamala Harris does not deserve to be president. Neither did Trump really, in terms of, putting in the work to do it. But for them to come in and just disrespect the presidency like that, it's kind of something that, I mean, although she's so unlikable, like that's the bad side of it. It'll be kind of interesting to see that because she'll be the first woman of color. I was hoping it'd be someone like Caitlyn Jenner or something like that. That would be even better. The first woman president being a biological male, but that's off the table right now. But we'll see what happens here. Okay, so after recording the first part you just saw, I turned on the news, and they had this little bit about Trump here and Klobuchar. Like,
administration that passed the PACT Act. Well, speaking of Donald Trump, we've got a clip of him on the Medal of Honor. Okay.
People that get the Congressional Medal of Honor, which I've given to many, are often horribly wounded or dead. They're often dead. They get it posthumously. And when you get the Congressional Medal of Honor, I always consider that to be the ultimate, but it is a painful thing to get it. When you get the Presidential Medal of Freedom, it's usually for other things, like you've achieved great success in sports or you've achieved great success someplace else.
And that was him trying to explain away what he had said when he initially said that giving the Medal of Freedom to one of his biggest donors was a better thing than those who have received the Medal of Honor, the Congressional Medal of Honor, because they have done such service.
It's an unbelievable thing. And on a week of unbelievable things where he started talking about bird cemeteries and claimed he did the cap on insulin, now this. And actually,
she later on went on to say like she's highly offended and how outrageous, like all that stuff, right? Because she sucks and they all suck. But Trump sucks the most in this particular circumstance because there's absolutely no benefit for him to say what he said. Now, again, I'm not a big military pride, patriotic person, but people who serve their country and believe in service and military, this honor, and their kids parents who send their kids off to military and they get this honor is not the same as, Obama giving a medal to Ellen or Trump giving a medal to one of his biggest donors, as the reporter said there, right? It's nowhere near the same thing. One is clearly sacrifice for the country. The other is, somebody getting like a bullshit award, right? Just to, for publicity and whatever. It's celebrity stuff, right? Celebrity stuff is the opposite of the military stuff. You don't see military personnel give up their seats in first class for celebrities, right? Like celebrities are expected to do that, right? They're expected to give up their first class seat when military personnel come in, and that's like it's a whole thing, right? And so Trump saying this, it's like there's zero benefit. Like there's no reason for him to say what he said. And then to defend it, like, he should just say, yeah, like that was just stupid, right? Like, you got to hold yourself to some sort of a standard. And he should realize it's a boneheaded thing. And that's the more disturbing part about Trump is, like, he never realizes that he makes a mistake. He never realizes that, that was really stupid to do. And, his political handlers and all the people are like, what the fuck, right? Why did you even say that? But they can't say it like that to him because he's Donald Trump. Like, he's used to people saying, yes, Mr. Trump. Back when he was a billionaire, yes, Mr. President. And so Trump can't have any sort of criticism or questioning his, his intellect and his, his stupidity and his inability to do something that's just as simple as, go up there and don't say something really stupid like you do all the time, right? And of course, the fake stuff with the ketchup gate and all these other things. But like I said, zero advantage. Like, what does that comment do for Trump and his candidacy, right? And if he loses to Kamala Harris, it's because of this. And I know the Trumpers will say, they're always targeting Trump. It's not fair. They don't treat Trump the same way they treat Biden. Biden gets the media to cover for him, where Trump is always being criticized. And Trump's always talking about what a victim he is. It's because he's a dick, right? Like, he's an asshole. Like, he does stupid stuff and he does arrogant things, and then he doesn't apologize for it. He's always on the wrong side of these things, right? Social issues. I used to love it. His first term, I loved it. Not because it was good, because it was hilarious and he was at least being genuine. He was at least being authentic. Tweeting in the middle of the night. But when you act like that, you piss people off. And he slowly went through all these various groups, starting with the intelligence community, which has backfired, that quote from Chuck Schumer I show you so much. But he's done this to himself, right? And the other thing is, life isn't fair. Like, how many times have you had in your life where you had a boss who didn't like you, or you were the least favorite kid in your family, or, whatever reason people were prejudiced against you? Like, everybody suffers that in their life. Everybody suffers things that appear to be unfair. Everyone has things that happen to them that don't make sense. Like, you're working to be a good person and something horrific happens to you or traumatic happens to you, and you're like, you question whether there's a God or not, right? Everybody goes through things that are unfair. And like I've talked about some scars in past lives, and, there's an explanation for this, and that, life isn't about being, materially fair, because it isn't fair. People are treated differently. People have different roles to play. Why are some people better looking than other people? Why are some people smarter? Why are people born into wealth and other people are born into poverty, right? It's not fair, right? Like, don't think life is fair. There's not any evidence that life is fair. I've never seen any evidence that life is fair unless you take in the spiritual ramifications and the fact that there's a divine plan and that everything is accounted for and there's reasons for everything that happened. But then you have to get into past lives and some scars and things like that, right? But other than that, like, just in the surface, life isn't fair, and oftentimes doesn't make sense, right? But then it does make sense. If you can see it, you can see there's an order to things and there's a plan. There's a divine hand into everything, right? And so Trump, his whole position in life, he shouldn't be running for president. He shouldn't have been president, right? He was a serial cheater. He banged porn stars. He cheated and went bankrupt multiple times. He screwed people over in business. He's, he's a walking bad karma. He's a bad actor, and he's obnoxious. He was given $1 million by his dad to start a business. Like, he was born with into wealth, and he's been one of these people, right? He had a TV show, all the things he had, right? Trump became president, which nobody thought that was possible. And a lot of that didn't seem fair at all, right? He bypassed the whole political system. He didn't have to get on his knees like Kamala Harris, right? But these people have been successful, not by my definition. I don't think Kamala Harris or Trump are successful, but by the standard definition, what we think of success, yeah, Kamala Kneepads Harris, she got on her knees and serviced that guy for 10 years so she could get her political start. But she's running for president now, right? So for people who judge success that way, she paid the price. Whatever price Trump paid to be the person he is and be president, he did that as well, right? And so, all these guys have stories like this they don't want you to know about. They all have stories where they have to kiss the ring and they have to, bow down and, do something to join the club, right? They just don't let you into the club, right? Even if you're born into wealth and privilege. And so, they got into the club, and now they're, you know, they're by traditional standards successful people, right? But they've done a lot of scummy things to get that success, and so they're not good people. They're not good leaders. They didn't get it because they're good leaders or they're good people. They got it because they're willing to dive into the slime to get what they want, right? And in all that, there's just political things you need to do. And Trump, again, I don't care if he loses or wins. I mean, none of those things matter. Like, I'll be happy if he loses because he'll disappear, and I'm wanting him to disappear. Like, I've just got Trump fatigue. But, if he wins, then Kamala loses. So, like, either way, I'll look at it as being positive. But it's going to suck more if Trump wins, because it's going to be 4 more years of all this stuff, and it's just going to be a mess or whatever it is, right? Not that Kamala Harris is going to be a good president. She's going to be a disaster. But, they're both disasters. But Trump, he's saying that the world is going to come to an end if Kamala Harris, she's a nation wrecker, right? He called her a nation wrecker. And, like, it's going to be a disaster if she wins. And then he goes out and talks about, the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is given to celebrities and rich people for basically doing nothing, is equivalent to, people who have died for their country and getting an award for it, right? And if you're a Trumper, you should say, yeah, that's bullshit. Like, he's a moron. Like, he's not only saying something that is kind of offensive, he's basically doing, putting another nail in his coffin. And he just keeps on doing it. He'll put another nail in his coffin tomorrow or the next day. Like, that's just Trump. He's so self-destructive and arrogant and obstinate about it. So fuck that guy, right? I mean, he just, just because he's not learning, like, he's not developing, right? He's not taking any kind of accountability and saying, yeah, that was dumb. Like, and we all say dumb things, right? Like, you have a microphone in front of you and, you're ad-libbing and you're ad-libbing and, you're riffing and, you're saying things. And he's got these people that worship him so much. This is more the Trumpers' fault than anything else. Like, he can do no wrong in their eyes, so he just says shit all the time. And he just expects them to worship him, right? Like, he's got this, this cult leader type of attitude. And that's why he's like, thinks, and those are the only people that he's trying to please. But guess what? Kamala's going to win. Like, right now, the trajectory and the way things are going, Kamala is completely handled. And knee pads is, she's going to knee pad her right away into the Oval Office, the Oval Orifice, right? Where Trump is, he's doing everything he can to self-sabotage. Okay, so it's Monday, August 19th. I didn't realize the convention was today. So I was watching a little bit of it here, and it is horrible. Now, the Republican convention with Kid Rock and Hulk Hogan and all of it, right? Trump with his big maxi pad in his ear, and then his whole family and all the other crap that was there was horrible. Like, the Republican convention was horrible. So it isn't like I'm saying the Democratic convention is worse, but they're definitely different. And what they're trying to do is make it sound like Joe Biden selflessly volunteered to take himself out of the race and hand it over to the next generation. Like, that's how they're billing it. He's going to be on tonight. I'll show you that. Hillary Clinton is going to be on Jill Biden. And, Jill Biden is probably just as angry as Joe. And we'll see how that all goes, right? But let's start off with this woman here. And this guy there.
Hello! I'm Michigan State Senator Mallory McMorrow, and
Boom.
This is Project 2025.
Why do all the Democratic women politicians look like they're in the living room scene from Jerry Maguire, right? Like, if you were talking to this woman, like, within 30 seconds, she'd start bitching to you about one of her exes, one of her many exes, right? Look at her. Yeah,
Now, Over the next 4 nights, you are going to hear a lot about what is in this 900-page document.
Oh, goody.
Why? Because this is the Republican blueprint for a second Trump term.
Ooh. Ooh.
That's right. They went ahead and wrote down all the extreme things that Donald Trump wants to do in the next 4 years. And then they just tweeted it out.
Okay, why in the world would they do that, right? I mean, this is horrible content, but right before this, Jake Tapper said that this is CNN, but this is their live version, which is the Democratic feed, and they don't have their commentators, right? But why in the world would they do that? Jake Tapper said that Trump denied that he has any part of this thing, which, of course, Trump did his lame-ass, not really a denial. But why in the world would they tweet this out? And I talked about this before. It's completely staged. They're giving this over to the Democrats so they have something to campaign on, right? Because everybody who would vote for Trump because of 2025 is already voting for Trump, right? So everybody who's possibly could be won over by releasing that document before the election is already voting for Trump. There's zero gain in releasing this document. But once they release the document, the guy who runs the thing looks like he works for the FBI, looks like he's, some director in the FBI, like a complete shill. They release this document, and the Democrats this is their sole, this is the platform in which they're running on. Like, what's going to happen if you allow 2025 to happen? It's just really stupid. It's ridiculously stupid. Like, why in the world would they release this? It makes zero sense. It's a disaster for Trump. Like, there's no gain in, it gives the Democrats something to talk about, right?
Powers and the rule of law.
Rule of law.
We believe in a system built up to serve everyone.
They dislike this woman. Like, there's no enthusiasm. I mean, just her.
The truth is, there's only one way to stop him.
How do we do it? How do we do it, bitter lady?
And to stop Project 2025.
How do we do it, bitter lady?
How do we do it?
How do we do it, bitter lady?
We elect Kamala Harris this November.
Woo! Woo. There's no enthusiasm. Are they not in there? Is it empty? Is like what?
We'll be back tomorrow night to tell you what Project 2025 means for your pocketbook.
Woo!
Please welcome California Senator LaFonza Butler.
LaFonza Butler. Woo!
Hello, Democrats.
There's something I want to show you here.
California delegates, make some noise.
Hopefully this is right here. So here they are, Kamala Harris with a girl that's not her daughter. They want to make her look motherly because she's had no kids of her own, right? She has two adult, they were like teenage stepkids. And she was senator when she, married into that situation. So she didn't have time really to, maybe they spent a little bit of time together. Weird kids, right? Kids who are white and Jewish, right? And so, like, the whole thing about her not being a mom, and so they're trying to, everything about this thing is fake and just, like, really weird and off and, all these things, right?
What really impressed me was how well she got to know my family.
Oh, so it's your family. So it's your daughter. Like, maybe she could, stop sponging off of your family, right? Okay, so that's the beginning. We'll come back to this tomorrow when Hillary and Jill Biden and JoJo Magoo talk. But, they're fabricating this lie, and I'll get into this more tomorrow. That JoJo left willingly, and they're just forgetting the fact that he got kicked out because he's got dementia, Parkinson's, cognitive difficulties. and that American people had no faith in him, and they kicked him out, and they had to force him. They had to pressure him to get him out, and he gave that interview, and he blamed Nancy Pelosi, who gave an interview for CNN, which was kind of epic as well. And so all those things are coming, and they're trying to spin this thing, but American people are so stupid and oblivious, so who knows? But they're trying to spin this like somehow this was a good thing, right? It's been a disappointment. The whole, it was really getting good when JoJo Magoo had that horrible debate, and but ever since then, with Trump's debacle with his fake shooting, and Kamala Harris having kind of a a good start to her campaign, like she's doing a lot better than I thought she would, and JoJo Magoo going, semi-willingly, and then the media just forgetting that we have a senile president. I mean, it's, they made it suck worse than it had to. Like, this could have been a lot better. Okay, so there are a few things I want to show you. This is the live feed. So I'm watching CNN on my television, which is different than this, and I can, I've got tape so I can go back and get it if I have to. But Walz's wife looks like a young Nancy Pelosi, and I'll show you that in a bit. But they're showing Walz come in, and he's stepping on these speakers, right? This one, like, for a little bit, then the next one. But this one said something. I showed this to my wife, and she says something hilarious here.
Personal police force. That is not how it works in America.
Choose democracy.
That's
Again, they're trying to say they're the ones for democracy, and they have a candidate that receives 0 votes.
how it works in dictatorships. And that's exactly what Donald Trump and his MAGA minions have in mind. An expansion of presidential powers like no president has ever had or should ever have. Now, by the way, if you're asking if any of this is even legal, well, remember, thanks to Donald Trump's hand-picked Supreme Court.
Hand-picked Supreme Court?
He's now completely immune from prosecution.
Like they have, it's just not her. A lot of these women candidates here, they just have that energy, like I said, the divorced Jerry Maguire living room, bitter divorcees. And they just have that nagging thing that they do, right?
Even if
like how they get elected.
He breaks the law. But that's not who we are, because we believe in a government of the people, by the people, and for the people.
Like, I mean, she had to give public speeches and people voted for her.
Not the government of Donald Trump, by Donald Trump, and for Donald Trump.
That was the moment. Or here she is. Here, let's bring it out here. This is Katie Helchal, who replaced Andrew Nips Cuomo.
Hello, Democrats. Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris, the first president of the United States?
The first president? No, I think that was George Washington. I don't know. I'm not a history buff, but I don't think she's the first president.
Yes, you are. Yes, you are.
Like these annoying, unlistenable people, right? Like they're just a bunch of Hillary Clintons up there, bitter, angry, no charisma, no ability to connect with the audience. I mean, how they get elected, right? How these women make it into politics.
Friends, like so many of us, my grandparents came from Ireland as teenagers with nothing but hope in their hearts.
Nothing but hope in their hearts.
And fire in their bellies.
And fire in their bellies.
They built their lives in the promised land of Buffalo, New York.
Buffalo, New Yorks. Woo.
A union card meant good work at the steel plant. The steel plant that lifted my parents from living in a trailer to the middle class. Like
It's like she's some sort of a rodent, right?
other families in my blue-collar community, they believed that with hard work, they could build a better future, not just for themselves, but for those with less hope and less opportunity.
I mean, people who don't have hope in their hearts, right? And so, so Walsh comes out, and the first gentleman comes out, and they're not showing this here, but then Kamala's going to come. Let me show you that. So this is the ad preceding Kamala coming out. Look at how much energy there is here. Woo! Look, it's just this multicultural fun fest. Woo!
Do we believe in the promise of America?
Woo!
And are we ready to fight for it?
Okay, so they got this. They're bringing her out in a second here. They had a guy who was a country singer who was singing about freedom. Like they're hijacking freedom for some reason. Like freedom is, they're trying to run on freedom, right? Look at them go. Woo! Woo, woo! 4 more years. 4 more years.
And when we fight, we win!
Woo! Hearts, woo! Their big thing is when we fight, we'll win. I'm gonna come back to that. She's gonna say it again here. For the people. Woo! Freedom. 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 She looks like a young Nancy Pelosi. There'll be more of it. I'll show you more of it tomorrow. She has she's got those crazy eyes, and she like just some of the same features. Like she's a young Nancy Pelosi. Look at the first gentleman. When we fight, we win. He's doing the cackle.
Good evening.
Like it's like she's prom queen.
Good evening. It is so good to be with
all that knee pad stuff paid off. Good for you.
Everyone this evening in this hall and everyone at home. This is going to be a great week. And I want to kick us off by celebrating our incredible President Joe Biden, who will be speaking later tonight. Joe, thank you.
Look at her. Look at that Nancy Pelosi look right there. That crazy.
For your historic leadership.
Those crazy eyes that like.
For your lifetime of service to our nation, and for all you will continue to do. We are forever grateful to you.
Woo.
Thank you, Joe. And looking out at
4 more years. 4 more years.
Everyone tonight, I see the beauty of our great nation. People from every corner of our country and every walk
Okay, how many corners do we have?
of life are here.
Every walk of life.
United by our shared vision for the future of our country. And this November, we will come together and declare with one voice, as one people, we are moving forward.
Moving forward with your administration, that's a continuation of the last administration. Woo!
With optimism, hope, and faith, so guided by our love of country, knowing we all have so much more in common than what separates us, let us fight for the ideals we hold dear, and let us always remember, when we fight, we win. God bless you. God bless the United
See, look at her.
States of America. Good night, everyone.
Okay, so this "we fight, we win," right? Does that mean when you guys lost, like with Hillary Clinton didn't fight? Is that what it means? Like when you guys lost the presidency or you lose in Congress, you're not fighting, you're quitters? So you guys are a bunch of quitters, but when you do fight, you win, right? Like it implies that every time you lost, you didn't fight, right? It's a horrible saying, but these guys are too dumb for that, like to pick up on it. But this is their big theme is Project 2025, which is going to be the focal point. Put it on Trump, and then freedom for some reason that they're the most censorship, going after whistleblowers, oppressive party, and that's the Republicans are the other party, and they're brutal on all that kind of stuff, right? But Republicans always want to be the party of freedom, but they're trying to hijack that. And this "we fight, we win," and that's just silly because it implies they're quitters, right? So so the CNN hosts, and I'll get it off of my TV if I can't find it on the internet tomorrow, but they commented about this afterwards, and what they were saying was, well, they might have it right here.
One candidate, the Republican, who would come out and offend them, and the other candidate, their candidate, the Democrat, Joe Biden, who would come out and they would sit on the edge of their seat and hope that he didn't say something meandering or off
So they're getting into that
message or addled. And that fear...
Look at this ghoul here, Dana Bash.
...about their nominee speaking is gone. Now they have somebody who...
So they were going to have fear that every time he got up there, he was going to do something. So he's saying that they're all panicked that Joe Biden was going to get up there and shit himself, right? And that now they don't have to worry about that. Then she's going to echo those sentiments here. But they're completely ignoring that the guy's still freaking president, right? That they were freaking out to roll him out for a speech.
I mean, does project joy, and they're not particularly subtle about how they want the message of this convention to be joy, but she does project joy with her smile and her
cackle,
tone and her mien, and she's not somebody that in a situation like this is going to cause Democrats that tension that we used to feel in the media and all Americans when the president would come out and speak.
Yeah, exactly. That's sort of why, again, I keep going back to the notion of it feeling like you just sort of kind of opened a bottle and everything is kind of spilling out. And the everything here is relief and excitement. And you can feel the fact that people in this hall are desperate to be excited. And they
so, they're just saying that the guy... They all are acknowledging that the guy's senile, and the guy's not up to it. He can't give a speech without, freaking everyone out with his mistakes and these things. And now that they have just taken him off the playing field, taken him off the board, and put somebody in who didn't receive one vote, and they're running on democracy, right? It's so fucked up. And they're not even going to be called. I mean, they're not even calling him on that, right? Because if he's too old and too senile to speak, then he's too old to be president, which means that he isn't really president, because there's no way they would let somebody like that, with that level. I mean, if he can't get through a speech, that means he can't make decisions, right? He can't, he's got dementia, right? He's got cognitive issues. And so earlier on...
Would the Harris-Walz campaign have read the Biden speech before it's given?
I am given to believe that there has been a reading of the speech, and there's an awareness of the speech, and
so they've got the speech, but here it is here.
Story over the course of the week.
Well, that's the thing, Dan. Republicans are painting this picture that she was the prime force in the Biden White House, which is obviously not the role of the vice president, and yet at the same time, she wants to claim credit for things that she felt she had a big hand in.
Look, first of all, I just can't wait to see him. I can't bring him out. Bring out Joe Biden. I can't wait to see him. He's doing something honorable tonight. He's doing.
You know, he had to be forced out, and he's still bitter and angry about it. He already blamed Nancy Pelosi, and he's bitter and angry. He's not happy. He doesn't think he's senile. He thinks that he was equal with Trump in the polls, even though nobody thinks that that's legitimate. And frickin', you're saying he's doing the honorable thing? No, he had to be forced out. He was like, had to be pried out of his cold, dead hands, right? The guy didn't want to go. He's a walking corpse that was clinging on to that presidency, and he's senile, and he's still senile, right? And he's got some cognitive issues, and America knows it, and you guys know it, right? Everybody knows it.
Doing something hard. You can't get interns to leave the White House voluntarily. Leaving the White House voluntarily is not something people do. Joe Biden's willing to do that because he wants to step back and let her step forward.
No, that's not what happened. They forced him the fuck out, right? And they're trying to pretend that didn't. Like, we all know it. Like, why it's just so bad, right? And so this is the beginning of the convention. It's going to be awesome.
Okay, so let's pick it up here. There's a lot to get into with this whole thing. But part of their pitch is joy. The joy that they're trying to make these things joyful, right? Now, one of the things that they haven't had is enthusiasm at their rallies, and they haven't been able to match the Trump rallies, right? And so they're creating it artificially, which you guys all kind of know. They're trying to make it like there's all this energy behind Kamala, and it's fake, right? And it's not like she, won an election or something, right? She serviced a guy for 10 years, and she got herself into the national conversation coming out of San Francisco. And then she ran for president and failed epically, but Joe Biden boxed himself into a demographic of people, and he chose her as vice president. And the clock was ticking on that MFer because we all know he is Parkinson's. And so she had this winning ticket, and they staged this thing. And I'll explain this, more as I'll do an introduction to this and talk about how, I didn't know when the convention was, but they made the convention really late. I'm going to repeat something I'm going to say earlier. I'm going to make a voiceover put at the beginning of this video. But what they did was they knew Joe Biden was going to go. And so they wanted to do it before the convention. So they had this time, this window, because they didn't know how they were going to be able to get rid of the guy, because the guy's clueless, right? And so, all of those things. So they're trying to be positive. They're trying to be progressive. They're trying to come in like they're running as they're not the incumbent vice president, right? Like they're running like they're the underdog, and Trump was president. Like they're running against Trump like he's the incumbent, and it isn't, them the Biden administration that's responsible for the economy and all these things. But here Steve Kerr talks about Walz being a coach. He does a little joke here, and then he talks about joy.
Qualities. They have devoted their lives to serving other people. Whether Vice President Harris was defending her community in the courtroom, or Governor Walz was inspiring the next generation in the classroom, or on the field, for that matter.
See, really, you didn't know either one of them, right? Like, you're just making something up because they happen to be the candidates. Like, no one knew what Walz was until he was nominated as vice president. Like, no one was, looking into this guy, but they just love him now. Because,
By the way, coach to coach, that guy's awesome.
Woo! Woo, he's an awesome coach. Woo.
I have to say, Coach Walz, way too much reliance on the blitz in '99 against Mankato East. You had a strong defensive line. I would have played more press coverage with your corners and then dropped the safeties into a Tampa 2. That's just me. Sorry. I wanted you to know how I feel every day of the NBA season. All right.
Like very staged and stupid.
Listen, the joy, the compassion, the commitment to our country that we saw at the Olympics.
Okay, so that's, he's tied into the Olympic Games to all this stuff, right? There's one closing line here, but the compassion and joy, that's what they want us to have. They're compassionate. And I'll show you Kamala's ad that they run, which is brutal. I think that's coming up next year. And, there's no compassion. Kamala is not a compassionate person. Kamala threw, single moms in jail because their kids weren't going to school. She is very uncompassionate.
That is what Kamala Harris and Tim Walz have. And it is what our country needs. Leadership, real leadership. Not the kind that seeks to divide us, but the kind that recognizes and celebrates our common purpose. Think about what our team achieved with 12 Americans in Paris, putting aside rivalries to represent our country.
Again, the Olympic basketball team that has kind of an unfair advantage, right? The American basketball team is now losing its edge, which I was talking about, because how much better European players are, and France with Wemby and a number of NBA talented players, is the next, maybe dream team, dominant team. But it has nothing to do with Harris and, Walz, right? And he's trying to, make this about that. It's silly, whatever.
Now imagine what we could do with all 330 million of us playing on the same team.
Yeah, you think that's going to happen? You've looked at the internet? Maybe if there's an alien invasion, that's it.
Not as Democrats, not as Republicans, not as libertarians, but as Americans who know the great.
All right, so he's going to do a night joke at the end of the election. You don't need to see it. It's just not funny. Okay, so this is from last night. Today's Tuesday, August 20th. The Steve Kerr thing I started this morning. And so last night on Monday when I started watching this, it was the last thing I saw before, I guess I watched a little bit some of the other stuff, but I was too tired to do any work on it. But anyways, this is the United Auto Workers Union chief. And this is the Dougie Fresh and his two kids, which they feature during this speech.
In the words of the great American poet, Nellie, it's getting hot in here.
Okay, so unions are not looked at like they were when I was younger. And they aren't as popular, and they've been corrupt. But one of the things they call people who cross the union line is a scab, right? Someone who's not going to, when the unions are striking, goes to work anyway. And they're calling Trump a scab. They're going, Trump is a scab. They're yelling. And this guy then pulls out his T-shirt, and the crowd goes wild.
It's hot in here. It's hot in here because you're fired up and you're fed up, and the American working class is fired up and fed up.
Yeah, but they're not fed up from 4 years ago, right? Again, I'm not a Trumper, but Jesus, they're not fed up from Trump, right? They're not. Why are you saying that? If they're fed up, it's because of the Biden economy. They're trying to run as the change agents, and they're running as the youth. There's times where people want change, and there's times that people want things to stay the same, right? Let's not screw up. Let's think we got a good thing going. And so this is a time where everybody wants change. And it's been like that for a while because things have sucked for a while. But Biden's the guy who's in charge of the current system. So they're getting rid of him and then trying to bring in Kamala like she's, fresh face and she's the agent of change. But it's Trump who is the challenger and the, kind of the underdog.
But during this thing, they rolled out Dougie Fresh's kids. And somehow Dougie Fresh has a son that looks like him, but is a lot shorter. And then a daughter who's his height. And she's like fully tattooed. She has back tattoos, which you can see. She's wearing a weird outfit. She does weird fashion stuff. And she's yelling scab and getting into it, right? And they're just like, it's like a freak show. Like this whole thing's like a freak show. Okay, so they go this, Trump is a scab guy. Just...
Please welcome New
He's wearing a red shirt.
York Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez.
Ocasio-Cortez!
Thank you, Chicago, for your energy. Thank you, Kamala Harris and Tim Walz, for your vision.
And I was like, wow, they like this bitch? Like, first of all, why is she saying thank you, Chicago? Because this is people from all over the country, right? But they're chanting AOC. They actually, these are, of course, the, hardcore Democrats, right? But they like her. They think she's good. Like, I just thought she was there for, right cover, the left-right cover, right? To give the right wing something to, to use against the Democrats. She's the, like Marjorie Taylor Greene is that for the Republicans, for the Democrats, right? And so, they like her. Like it.
Thank you. Thank you.
It's just bizarre. So remember, she didn't want them to get rid of Biden. She gave reason. It was the one time she sounded kind of a little bit smart. And she gave the reasons that it was kind of too late to go with Kamala Harris and, get rid of Biden. But now, it happened, right? And they did a pretty smooth transition. It's much better than I thought it was. Like, no one contested Kamala Harris, which makes you think that they kind of know that either she's already set, they've handpicked, and or that they're giving it to Trump. Like, one of those two things has to be true. Because she had no challengers, right? The Democratic Party already had agreed upon this, right? This is something they had probably known for at least 6 or 7 months. And they weren't going to go through a primary because it would have been messy. A messy primary would have handed the election to Trump, right? And so they waited to the summer to finally admit that Joe Biden was, senile. And then they stabbed him in the heart, with the whatever they've done here. And they installed Kamala, and they all knew that this was going to happen. Like, the Democratic Party was like, this is what we're going to do. To all the contenders, all the people, who would have had a chance to challenge Kamala.
And thank you, Joe Biden, for your leadership.
So Biden's got a couple of, Biden melts down a little bit.
6 years ago, I was taking omelet orders as a waitress in New York City.
I thought you were the bartender.
I didn't have health insurance. My family was fighting off foreclosure.
She actually comes from money. But this is, okay, so I was going to wrap it up there. But one of my friends on Facebook, my viewers, sent me some of these clips, some of the things that if you watch this whole thing, you'd die. Like you can't. It's like 4 hours of like horrible content, right? Even when you're mocking it, there's just, and I don't have enough time to do that. I'm trying to get this video done today too. So, but anyways, this is a clip of AOC just babbling. It's kind of hilarious.
And I, for one, am tired of hearing about how a two-bit union buster thinks of himself as more of a patriot.
She's got some attitude. Look at that attitude.
Than the woman who fights every single day to lift working people out from under the boots of greed, trampling on our way of life.
On our way of life. This part, right?
On our way of life.
I mean, it's a freak show. Okay, so there's one more thing here. I'll show you the Chris Coons thing later. I actually caught that. But this is like bizarre too. What are they doing here?
In 2008, we met while working on the Obama-Biden campaign.
Woo! I think woo. I'm not sure what this is, but woo. Okay, so let's segue this whole "we fight, we win" thing. Let's segue into this completely fabricated, you know, like story, this commercial they put up of Kamala Harris. They're trying to rewrite history. Now, AOC said she comes from the middle class. I'll show you that part. She understands the middle class because she comes from the middle class, right? And they're trying to make Kamala Harris grow up poor. And they've rewritten history here. So this guy comes out. Woo! Woo, where are you going? Over here, woo!
Wow.
So this guy, I think, is an actor, right? And he plays a number of villains. If I think he's the right person, he might be a politician, I don't know. But I'm pretty sure he's an actor. They don't tell who this is here.
That AOC.
Woo! She was wonderful. Woo, AOC, woo!
So Kamala Harris's story begins in a middle-class neighborhood in the East Bay. Yeah. In a modest apartment above a nursery school, in a close-knit community where people looked out for one another.
So that's where they want her story to begin. So I watched a little bit of this, and let's go through it because I'm pretty sure they leave her dad completely out of it, right?
With a mother who instilled in Kamala Harris the core principles that have defined her life in public service. These are the experiences that made her the leader she is today.
Okay, they call her the protector. So this is how they're making Kamala Harris, she's the protector, right? And this is, we already established, I talked about this in my last video. I might get that whole little clip and put it in here at some point. Because they're bullshitting the whole thing here, right? But I, went through and did the research, which you guys all saw in my video, the previous video, about Kamala Harris doing these things, right? Like, that she grew up in Berkeley. First she was in Wisconsin, and she lived by a lake where the lakefront property, and she apparently lived on the lake and would walk out to the lake from her back door, was, right now is $500,000 to millions of dollars, and $2 or $3 million homes, and $500,000 homes are like the cheapest homes, right? Because she was living in a college town on a lake, expensive area, upper middle class. And then her mom and dad got divorced, and her mom moved to Berkeley, California, Berkeley, and she was in a suburban, a rich urban area, right? And they try to make it sound like she's from Oakland or something.
The neighborhood we grew up in.
Again, so this is California. So this is like, her mom's getting divorced, and they come out, and they go to an apartment here before getting nicer place, right? So this is not she's not a poor person. She didn't grow up with any kind of, the kind of urban street cred that they try to make her have, right? Okay, so I'm editing, and it says down there in the bottom right-hand corner, East Bay, right? And that's what the guy said. She grew up in the East Bay of California. Now, they're hiding something, right? Why would they say East Bay? That place doesn't exist here. I looked it up. Okay, so I'm editing, and I thought I'd show you this. So I searched for East Bay, California, and they call it the San Francisco Bay Area, right? So It's the east side of the San Francisco Bay. So there's a lot of money in San Francisco. There's in these college towns, right? There's a lot of money in California. You know, the East Bay, there's an area. I went there with my family, went to this ashram. They bought a bowling alley. There's a lot of rich Indian people that do my meditation, Sajmarg meditation. And they could have bought a whole, like, town with cows in it and shit, like some, you know, inland, like, rural town. But they bought this bowling alley. And, you know, my kids and I went and we found this park. And I was like, holy shit, that's the Golden Gate Bridge. Like, we're at this epic park right at the ocean. And I didn't even know how close we were to the ocean, right? But there's a lot of, you know, Indian people, this Silicon Valley area. You know, a lot of Indian people do my meditation, right? And so, you know, I'm a little bit familiar with this area. I went there once. But, you know, there's no East Bay. Like, Oakland is supposed to be a tough town, and there's supposed to be a city. I've never been there. And when she was doing the interview with that guy who was trying to give her street cred, he said, you grew up in Oakland. She didn't grow up in Oakland, right? And the reason they're saying East Bay is they want to, you know, people are going to know when they say Berkeley. Like I said yesterday, there's no, you know, Berkeley is in Compton, right? You don't hear any rappers coming out of Berkeley. And it's mostly, you know, and I'll show you my clip from yesterday coming up. But she, you know, where I talk about where she lived, and she lived in, you know, Montreal, Canada. She lived on the lakeside in Wisconsin, and she lives in the Bay Area, all wealthy areas, right, close to the ocean in these rich towns. So they want to make her sound poorer and more middle class than she actually was when she grew up in a very highly educated, sort of elite level family, right? You know, people who are rich and educated from Jamaica and India, right? Every country has their elite, and she's a part of the elite class. You know, spoiler alert, I'm going to talk about her mom's a doctor, her dad's a doctor. Her dad's a PhD. They're both professors. They both taught. Her mom was a researcher. And her and her sister are lawyers. Right? We'll get into that more as we go on. But this is the family. So they're trying to make her poor and more, like, she's a poor guy. She's a poor girl. And she comes from working class roots. And Donald Trump is the, you know, elitist millionaire son. Billionaire, right? Out of touch with, you know, average working people. But Kamala is, you know, the academic elite. And so this is a lie. This is not the East Bay. It's Berkeley, right?
The neighborhood we grew up in was a very hardworking, middle-class, tight-knit community.
This is her lawyer sister, right? And what was the name of the town? Like you said, you know, the area? Yeah, we know the area, well, general area. What's the name of the town, though? Was it Berkeley? Was it Berkeley? Did you grow up in Berkeley? Because people know what Berkeley is. People in California do, right?
Families going to church on Sunday, kids playing in the front yard. Mommy got us these bright blue matching bikes with banana seats, and we were surrounded by caring adults.
This neighborhood on Bancroft Way, we've spent so much time here. Behind me is where it all began. Her mom, Shamala, rented the apartment that was...
So they're going to try to make it of people of color. She lived in a white neighborhood, right? She lived in a town, you know, the racial demographics. Okay, so the demographics of Berkeley, California are 55% white, 20% Asian, so that's really high. So there's a high percentage amount of Asian. Of course, Kamala's East Indian, and two or more races are 9.8%, and black or African American is 7.7%. So it's a low population, right? So in America, the African American is 12.1%. In Berkeley, California, it's lower than that, right? By 5 points. And so it isn't a high population of black people. She didn't grow up in a black neighborhood. She grew up in with white people and Asian people. That was the majority. Over 75%, 3/4 of the people were either white or Asian. Understanding this, there's a lot of East Indians in that area. That's her mom, right? That's Kamala. She grew up with a heavy Indian influence.
Above the Shelton's nursery. So in the beginning, Mrs. Shelton used to babysit the girls.
Okay, so her mom wears a lot of saris.
she wears a lot of Indian saris or Indian clothing in a lot of the pictures. But they took a picture of her where she looks more like a black person in the 70s, right, than an Indian person, right?
Shamla was a single mom. Life was not easy for them, but
So that's like an Indian clothing. That's what they wear, this like sort of scarf.
loved her daughters fiercely.
Kamala herself says that her mom told her that she may be the first to do many things, but to make sure that she's not the last. She's always been that kind of person, a true leader, and very protective of her friends and her family.
When Kamala was all of 4 years old, her best friend in kindergarten, Stacy Johnson, God.
Okay, so the Berkwood Hedge School, where they say she went to elementary school, the Berkeley Hedge School in Berkeley, California, right? She when she was 4 years old, she was in Wisconsin. Kamala was 5 years old, right, when her parents got divorced, and then that's when she moved to Berkeley, California. They had been there before. They had been close to Stanford, where the parents had met. So these are rich college towns, right? See, this is this school here, right? This in California school in Berkeley. You can see it's mostly white kids. I mean, there's, whatever the ethnic breakdown is. She didn't go to some tough inner city school. She went to a college town school, right? And her parents, her mom came from, whatever kind of wealth that got her to get educated in America. She came from the rich Brahmin caste in southern India. And, her dad was a professor. Her mom worked as a research, like a scientific researcher on the college campus. And so they had money and they had connections and they were, upper middle class, right? Living in an educated, rich area in California.
Got into something with another kid on the playground.
This one particular day, we had made some clay art, and this one boy in our class had taken mine for whatever reason and threw it on the ground, and it shattered. So Kamala, being very protective, just jumped in front of me and stood up to him. To me, that shows the kind of person.
So they're trying to bring it back to what she was like when she was 4. You guys have stories about yourself when you were 4. Kamala's my age. You got 4-year-old stories, like people are like, she was a protector back when she when she was 4 years old, she was a protector. But the truth of the matter is she was in Wisconsin at this time, right? Like, she was just moving to this area. And so when she was 5 years old. So, like, they don't have their timelines right. Like they're saying that she was 4 years old, she was doing this, but she lived in that lakefront house. Let me show you, let me put that clip in there here. I'll find my clip from my previous video. And then we'll come back to this. Her mom worked in a research lab, right? They weren't poor. Like, no one would say she was poor. Like, and she, to make it sound like she grew up in the streets of Oakland. So Kamala Harris's family had money, right? And so here, Kamala Harris, this is when she lived in Madison, Wisconsin. That's where she was when her parents were together. And then she moved to Berkeley, California, where Berkeley University was, right? And so this is her, when Kamala Harris was a child of Madison. When Kamala Harris was a little girl growing up on the far west side of Madison, so she was, Madison, Wisconsin is where the Badgers are, right? So her dad was working at Wisconsin University, right? When Kamala Harris was a little girl growing up on the far west side of Madison in the late 60s, she loved running out the back of her family's small home and carefully making her way down all the steps that led to the shore of Lake Mendota. Kamala, Mendota. And so she had lakefront property, right? She lived in a place where she lived on the lake of this prominent lake in Wisconsin by a college town. This is this lake here, right? And so this isn't like, she's not growing up in some inner city slum.
Okay, so just to get a sense of this is Realtor.com. Homes for sale in Madison, Wisconsin. This house is a $1.7 million. 200 a small cottage, 235,000. Right, that's probably some rental cottage. 530,000. Vacation home. These are both worth millions of dollars. I mean, look at the real estate here, right? $375,000. Like this, she didn't grow up in the hood, right? She grew up on a lakefront property in Wisconsin. Even if she had a poorer house, this is the neighborhood there. There's going to be low crime there. It's a vacation rental, right? This is an apartment building, which is the apartments there are going for $600,000, right? So this is, none of these things are cheap. That's the stuff. This is what, obviously some of these are nicer houses than she grew up in. They're modern houses. But this is lakefront property in a college town. It's far cry away from, she doesn't have any street cred for growing up in Wisconsin on the lake, right? Kamala Harris' childhood in Berkeley shaped her. She lived in Berkeley, California, this is Berkeley, California, right, where the University of California is, right, at Berkeley. And so this is a beautiful college town right close to the ocean. And, her mom was not, they weren't in poverty. Like she never grew up in poverty. Like that is a claim that she wants to make. But she grew up in this nice college town, this kind of place, right? And so it says here, long before Vice President Kamala Harris became a national figure, she was a resident of Berkeley Flats and a student of Thousand Oaks Elementary School. Harris, 54, lived in Berkeley until the age of 12 when she moved with her family to Montreal. She came back to the USA after high school, graduating from Howard University and UC Hastings College of Law in San Francisco, right? So she lived here after she moved from Wisconsin, and her parents got divorced when she was 7. She then came to live in Berkeley, California at the age of 12 and went to this Thousand Oaks Elementary School. And you notice that the kids there are mostly white, right? So this is, this is this school. Look, they got look at this place, right? So this is not some poor inner city school, right? Kamala Harris visits Berkeley. Take a look around Berkeley where Kamala Harris has left her mark. This is the place, right? This is California, UC Berkeley campus is where her mom worked, right? A childhood friend paints a picture of Kamala Harris' upbringing. There was a little girl in California who was part of the second class to integrate her public school, and she was bused to that school every day, and that little girl was me. Carol Porter, a childhood friend of Harris, said she was the other little girl on the bus. Porter spoke of All Things Considered host Ari Shapiro. We lived in a very multicultural community that was really beautiful, very working class to lower working class. Harris was confident, and she was nice. The Shyamala that I remember as a child, she was the air of confidence about her. She's talking about her mom. She had an air of just integrity and strength. When you saw Shyamala, you said, "Hello, Miss Harris." And so, she's trying to make it sound like she was bused from the inner city. Have you ever heard of a rapper claiming to be from Berkeley, California, right? You ever hear people compare Compton to Berkeley, right? And so she didn't grow up in Oakland. Here's Berkeley and here's Oakland, right? And so this is, they have like San Francisco and they have Oakland, and there's the Bay Area and, across the bay and all this stuff. I've been out there. There's an ashram over there in Silicon Valley, which I was, but this is not, here's San Francisco over here. Silicon Valley is, somewhere over here. And she's, she grew up in this upper, suburban college town, right? And, they're trying to make it like she's from the streets of Oakland.
That she has always been to stand up to the bully and to stand up for the underdog and to stand up for what is right.
So the 4-year-old kid who wrecked the thing was, you wouldn't call that kid necessarily a bully at 4.
And again, you know, they're just making this up that she's a protector, right?
Kamala carries the lessons of our mother, the fighting spirit of our mother, the compassion, and I have seen it over and over again in our growing up. When we were in high school, my sister's friend, Wanda.
Okay, Westmount High School is in Montreal, Canada, right? She moved to Canada. This is Westmont High School in Montreal, Canada, right? And so what happened was, this is her mom. Her mom was a biomedical scientist, and the salary now, like the starting salary, is $100,000. And what that is somebody who worked as a researcher for Big Pharma, right? So her mom, she worked for, it says here, Miss Harris and her sister moved to Montreal because her mother took a job in the mid-'70s conducting research into breast cancer in the Lady Davis Institute at a Jewish General Hospital. Dr. Michael Pollack, director of the Stroll Cancer Prevention Center of GHG, worked with Kamala Harris' late mother as a laboratory scientist, Dr. Rajagopalan Harris. So her mother was a doctor, right? She was a research doctor. Like, your mom's a doctor. Her dad's a doctor, a PhD, and an economist who is estranged. Listen, there's nothing about her dad, right? Like, her dad doesn't exist. They're saying her mom grew up in poverty. You mean her dad didn't pay any kind of child support, right? Her dad is the black guy, right? Her dad is the Jamaican guy. Her mom's the Indian woman, right? And they're trying to put her out there as a black person. She grew up in an area where there aren't very many black people in California, and then her mom moved her to Montreal, where there's barely any people of color there, right? So this is the racial breakdown of Montreal, Canada, right, as of 2006. And so, it was going to be more white back when Kamala grew up there. And the majority of people here, more than, like, it looks like over 80% are white people. And so this is, it's not a very diverse place, right? And so it says here, at the time, he was a clinical oncologist starting research lab to investigate the roles of hormones that influence cancer growth, a topic related to Dr. Gopalan Harris's work. She helped me understand the basics of laboratory work while I explained to her some of the clinical aspects of breast cancer. He recalls her as smart and forceful researcher who made important contribution to understanding breast cancer. People were happy to work with her, not because it was easy, but because of the atmosphere of collaboration. Everyone called her Shamala. And so she worked as a doctor, researcher, that's probably connected to Big Pharma, right? These research projects are connected to, the pharmaceutical industry, and she was looking to find ways to cure breast cancer through the pharmaceutical pursuit, right? So this is Kamala in Montreal, Canada.
Was being molested by a family member, and Kamala just jumped in. She wanted her to come and stay with us, and Mommy said, of course. That is Kamala.
That's Kamala. That was who Kamala was, right? That's Kamala's big story, although why she wanted to become a prosecutor. Like that's her story, which I covered in an earlier video. She tells this story when she's sitting down with Tim Walz, and they're talking about who they are as people. And yet when she became a prosecutor, sex offenders and this kind of behavior was not, prosecuting pedos was not on her list, right? They're rearranging this, they're rewriting this to make her into a protector, right?
She can't help herself from standing up for people and standing up for what she thinks is right.
So this just completely rearranging history. Because where's her dad? Like, where's her dad? Like, her dad's still alive. Her dad's not a part of this. She doesn't have a relationship with her dad. And her dad disapproves of, the knee pad stuff that she does, right? She did to get to where she is. And her economic policies, because he's a Marxist, right? He's a communist, right? He believes in he was a radical 60s communist Marxist professor of economics.
He has been that way our whole lives. Being a protector is what led her to become a prosecutor.
Where she threw black people in jail for smoking pot and because their kids didn't go to school, right?
Looking back now, I could say it was her calling.
Woo! She's a protector, woo! So her dad did not exist in that at all, right? Okay, her sister is also a lawyer, right? So her sister and her are both lawyers. Her dad refuses to be interviewed and talk to people about Kamala Harris. Amid his children's rise to promise, Harris leads a discreet life as of 2024, rejecting multiple interview requests from media outlets in recent years. At some time prior to 2015, May 2015, Harris became a naturalized U.S. citizen and reportedly has a residence in Washington, D.C. So he lives in Washington, D.C., and he doesn't have any kind of relationship with Kamala, right? Like, his daughter's a vice president. He won't do interviews, and he's like not liking what she's doing as a person, in terms of what she represents. He was a, economist. He had a doctorate in economy. He taught economics at various universities, and he was a Marxist. Karl Marx, the founder of communism. And so, like, they left that guy completely out. But that's, he's Jamaican. He's the black guy in her, her racial demographics, right? And they just completely left that out. Like, it's just, pretending that he didn't exist. They don't talk about him at all, like what he contributed to their life and any of these things. Like, his mom and him got divorced. His mom moved to California, taking the kids away from him. Why? Was he abusive, or what was going on there? Or was it like she was just screwing him over and cutting him off from his kids? And that was, where she would have had some kind of at least he was Jamaican, but he wasn't really, African American. So, like, just a bizarre rewriting of history here. Not bizarre, it's completely what they were going to do. So it's interesting on a lot of levels, right? I have, like, personal connections to all these things. So, the Gopalin, I know a lot of Gopalins. That's her mom's maiden name, right? The third master of the massage mark system was Raja Gopalachari, right? And so Raja means king. And so they have these various people who had the name Gopalin. There was a kind of famous guy there. In the meditation that I do. Like I said, I'm familiar with the Raman caste and these things. But also my best friend from high school was biracial. Like, he introduced himself as mulatto. His mom was German, blonde-haired German lady, and his dad was a black guy named Miles. He lived with his dad. He lived with his mom in Syracuse and then moved to Connecticut, where he went to high school. And his dad had these giant speakers. Like, they were like 4 feet high and like 3 feet wide, like giant, like stadium speakers. And he had a very expensive stereo. And he listened to jazz. He had all these jazz albums. And he was, rich. He made like $60,000, $70,000 a year then. And his son's name was Miles, after Miles Davis. And Kamala was talking about Miles Davis and jazz that she grew up with. So, we're the same age, right? And where did she hear that? In Berkeley, California with her Brahmin mom, or in Montreal when she was in high school? Like, my best friend from high school, he was named after Miles Davis. He didn't like that shit, right? He listened to contemporary music. And she talks about listening to this music. She's talking to Waltz, and all these lies are coming out about Waltz, which I'll cover when he has his big speech. But
he's being caught left and right. Like he's making up stuff like Joe Biden does. Like I said, he's Joe Biden. And he just plagiarizes stuff and makes it up. Apparently, he's really good at making, he doesn't make a white guy tacos. He actually won a contest. And I'll get into that. But they're just lying about everything, right? They're lying about who they are as people. And, she was saying she listened to this music with waltz, and this is the kind of music she was used to, the jazz and things like that. But she didn't listen to that shit, right? Like, because she didn't have people in her life that listened to it. She grew up in these rich areas that they don't want to let you know where she grew up, because you'd be like, oh, that's a rich college town. And that's where she gets her kind of liberalism. But the thing about Kamala is she's an opportunist. She's not a defender. She's not a protector. She's not any of these things. It's not about her racial makeup. It's not about, her genetics. It's not about even who she is culturally. Kamala is an opportunist and is a look at me person. She's an attention seeker, just like Trump. They're both identical in that area. They both love the spotlight. She's beaming when she's like having all these people applaud her. Like this is gold for her, just like Trump. Trump loves these moments, right? The business of being a politician and things like that, that's like unpleasant work, making decisions, making unpopular decisions, having to haggle with other politicians to get laws passed. That all, some people love that, but that's not them. They love being on stage, both Kamala and Trump. They love the crowd. They love the adoration. That's what they're in it for, right? Like they're not into the policy stuff at all. You can tell because they'll change. They're not belief people. There's some people who have an agenda. They're trying to give her a backstory where she was a prosecutor because she cared about other people. She was a prosecutor because she got an opportunity to do that work and move her along in her political, in an upper echelon type situation. The other thing is like these Indian families. There was this Lalaji Memorial Mega School. Lalaji was the first master of the Sajmarg meditation I do. And Master Charji, right? Charji was from Rajagopalachari, right? His nickname was Chari from his last name. And he built this school, and, it was a lot of people who do the meditation brought their kids from all over the world. And he tried to make it a world-class school with a lot of the spiritual energy in it, right? But the pressure there for these kids was unbelievable. And I talk about this with the Brighter Mind scam a lot in my Journey series. But my kids hung out with these kids, right, who were going to that school. My kids were homeschooled. And they hung out with these kids. And there was like a 10-year-old kid, and he was so stressed out about taking a test, he got on a train to India. And there's these trains that go all over the place to, there's 1.3 billion people, these crowded cities. And he went just somewhere and got off the train and was like ran away from like his school and his home. They didn't find him for like 3 months. And all these kids commit suicide because if they fail a test, their life is over. These kids who grow up in these Brahmin families, these educated families, and there's so much pressure to get into the universities, get into the higher level schools, and become these, elite academic people, so that they can, go to America and make a lot of money or get, rise up in the system. There's so much academic pressure. They have a board game. Master Charji's grandson, he was talking about it one day when my first trip to India, called Head of the Class, where the kids play a board game and try to become the head of the class. That's why they win all the spelling bees when they come here, right? Because the kids are into academics in ways American kids aren't, right? American kids don't give a shit about being the head of the class, right? Like you get picked on, you're a nerd or whatever it is. Maybe it's a little bit different now, but not that much, right? It's like with Jewish people who put so much pressure on their kids to be successful. In India, women become doctors and men become engineers. Like that's the kind of the cream of the crop. The pressure to become an engineer. Like engineers are, worshipped like gurus and doctors, right? So it's not a surprise that her mom became a doctor and her daughters became lawyers, right? This is a highly educated professional family that comes from elite status, and there's some backstory about her dad and her relationship that they don't want you to know about because they're not even mentioning the guy, right? They don't, like, he didn't exist. Like, they don't talk about her dad. Like, she's a single mom. Like, the dad just ran off with some co-ed or something. Like, they had a divorce for whatever reason when she was 5 years old. And the mom moved the kids from Wisconsin, where the dad was, and took them across country to Berkeley, California. And maybe she was given a job offer, and she wanted to go there to work, and he didn't want her to, or he didn't want to move because he was already had a job where he was. And who knows what what the reasoning was, but we don't know how much a role Kamala's dad played in her life. But according to this, this fluff piece, he doesn't exist, right? He's like a sperm donor, and he disappeared. So like, and the guy himself doesn't like to talk about her, and isn't talking to her, even though they both live in Washington D.C. So the whole thing is a big lie. But yeah, just a little bit of a thing. My little bit of an added bonus here. My best friend from high school, who's named Miles, he didn't listen to Miles Davis. He listened to Ted Nugent. when we met when we were freshmen in high school, he was a big Ted Nugent fan who I disliked. But he listened to like rock and things like that, like the majority of kids in our school did. And his dad was, I don't think he even understood the jazz music. And his dad was into it, but that didn't mean, how many people are into the music their parents were into, right? Okay, so then this happened.
Please welcome former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Okay, so why is she getting this kind of applause? Woo! This has got USA guy. The two songs they often play with Hillary is "This Is My Fight" song, and so in this thing they're playing. So I want to see you be brave, which means you're not being brave, right? I don't know why they're rolling her out. I'm not going to cover this because, she's just so hard to listen to. Look at her pointing to the thing. That's her signature move there. That's her for her to pretend she has friends, right? Hey, look at my friends are here. Hey, look at, I know that guy. I know that girl over there. So, but by definition, when we fight, we win. Hillary Clinton then did not fight, right? Because she lost. She's the reason for Donald Trump's presidency and all the rest of it, right? She failed epically, and so why is she here, right? She was a Secretary of State, which, without much, there wasn't very much that she was, credited for, right? She was a senator from New York that they just installed where she didn't really even have an election. And so, Kamala Harris, she really didn't win anything. If you are just handpicked to be the nominee for senator in New York when you never lived there, she was never a New Yorker. But they just said, all right, we're going to make you senator from New York. And New York was so Democratic, she ran basically unopposed. She all had that Bill Clinton money behind her. And so she won senator of New York and then was using that to run for president. But she lost to Barack Obama, which nobody thought would happen. Barack Obama was, was supposed to be like a young guy just trying to make a name for himself. And he dusted her. Made her Secretary of State, right? And then they ran her for president. She lost to Trump. So she's not somebody who's been successful. Everything she's gotten was rigged, right? This is like bitter loser night, right? Woo! This is like bitter loser night.
Thank you all so much.
Woo! Hillary! Hillary! Hillary!
Thank you.
Okay, so I'm just going to, while I'll sit through this myself, but if there's anything interesting, I'll put it in here. If not, we'll move on to the next thing. So they're giving her they keep on going here. Woo!
Thank you, my fellow Democrats.
They gave her there was another 10 seconds of applause there. They're really going for it. What are you celebrating? What you don't like her? You didn't like her the first time, right? She lost to Trump. She lost to Trump. It wasn't rigged. It wasn't fake news. It wasn't any of these things. She lost to Trump. It's always rigged, whatever. But, they said that she was going to win. Trump seemed to have given up in the third debate. He just was all right, I'm going to lose. I don't care. And they somehow won. and she was the disgraced, she lost to Trump, right?
My fellow Americans.
Yeah, woo! So here it gets weird.
1984, I brought my daughter to see Geraldine Ferraro, the first woman nominated for vice president.
Woo! It's about women.
If we can do this, Jerry said, we can do anything. And then there was 2016, when it was the honor of my life to accept our party's nomination for president.
Yeah, you lost to Trump. Like, there's nothing to say about that. You lost to Trump. If you had fought, you would have won. That's all I want to say, Hillary. Like, just look at all the signs out there. If you had fought, you would have won.
And nearly 66 million Americans voted for a future where there are no ceilings on our dreams.
Yeah, but it was enough. But you lost, right? Remember? You lost. This is, she's rocking the eyeshadow here. They're very weird. Like, it's just like kind of a freak show out there. Yes, USA.
Afterwards, we refused to give up on America. Millions marched. Many ran for office. We kept our eyes on the future. Well, my friends, the future is here.
Woo! Kamala's the future. Are you saying Kamala and Dougie Fresh and Walls are the future? Look at it. Yes. Look at Nancy Pelosi. Just call your husband and see if you can sell some stock, because stocks just went down.
My mother and Kamala's mother could see us. They would say, keep going. Sure.
Wait a minute. Why are you part of this? You lost to Trump. Like, if my mother and Kamala's mother could see us, they would say, keep going.
And Jerry would say, keep going.
Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. When we fight, we win.
Women fighting for reproductive health care are saying, keep going.
Keep going. Okay, she's trying to take credit for this. Let's move on to the next thing here. Okay, so that's all glass ceiling stuff, right? And Hillary, she married a guy who was a good politician and who had charisma in Bill Clinton. Like, if she didn't marry him, she would have never been who she was politically, right? She was very unliked pretty much by all the Bill Clinton people in Arkansas and, even the Democrats there. And they had to train her to, be an Arkansas person. She was from Chicago. She's got that, that abrasive accent and abrasive personality. She's probably an alcoholic from all the drinking that she did and, whatever else was going on with her in terms of she was fainting. She was having her own physical issues, right? And somehow she's outlasted Joe Biden, though, right? If she had been president, she wouldn't have, because she was already failing physically, fainting. She had fainted 7 times. She passed out. She's passing out quite regularly. And so, like, whatever's going on with her. But, they gave her that position in New York, right? In terms of they just handpicked her for that congressional position. She ran unopposed, only because she was Bill Clinton's wife. And then they ran her for president. Like, she had the backing of the Bill Clinton money. And the Bill Clinton, they have a team of people. And they were, having a team of people is a big deal because Kamala Harris has the Biden team. Like, they just transitioned to her. But a new candidate, one of these other, candidates would have had to create their own team and their own money, their own, all of it, right? There's huge staffing issues, right? It costs a lot of money to run for president. And so, she didn't do anything to break a glass ceiling. She married a guy and became a famous politician because of that. And she sucked at it, and she ultimately lost to Trump. Kamala Harris, she knee padded her way into, like I've talked about this over and over again. And then she kind of, without winning any votes and winning, they weren't like rock stars, is what I'm saying. They weren't women who just, pulled themselves up by their bootstraps. They had help all the way, and they were chosen for these positions. And Kamala Harris hasn't done anything yet, right? Other than, luck out and be chosen for a vice president to a guy with Parkinson's. That's not breaking the glass ceiling. That's getting on your knees and, working, working the oldest profession in the world to gain political favor, and then to get luck out and whatever she did to end up being vice president, right? To a guy who wasn't going to make it to the end. So that's just there is some element of success there, but it isn't like based in merit or work, right? Like being a good politician or being somebody who has worked their way up. I mean, she worked her way up, but not the way that she wants to be known for.
Please welcome actor and director Tony Goldwyn.
Yeah, that's this guy, Tony Goldwyn. This guy's always a villain, right? He's played a villain in a number of, usually like a tech villain, like he's like a Steve Jobs villain, right? So later on, he's going to introduce Kamala as that piece of whatever it was. And so, why are they bringing a Hollywood guy in here? So then they bring out these, let's watch this here.
We were told with 100% certainty we would lose our baby girl, Willow, and we were sent home. For 3 days.
DNC spotlights abortion rights with harrowing stories, right? So then they come out with these complete downer where, they're talking about abortion rights where there's some kind of tragedy. Like it's some sort of evil tragedy, some horrible thing that's being done to people because it's harder now to kill your fetus, right? And there are horror stories, and, these are, I guess, horror stories, difficult circumstances where an abortion makes sense, right? Like this is the baby, 100% you're going to lose the baby. And if you keep the baby, you're threatening the mother's life. So it makes sense to do an abortion then, right? And I don't know. Like this is stuff I don't know about. But I do know that life begins at conception by every measurable standard. It's a human life. And so it's a murder, right? And I don't know if there's, circumstances where that would be okay. Like I can't say, because of, everything that we think about life and death, there are circumstances that are, more, in terms of like suicide is always a bad thing, but, death is inevitable, right? Sometimes death is just something that it's your time, right? And so I can't speak for every abortion and every circumstance, but I do know it's murder, right? Like life begins at conception based in science and spirituality. And that's something that nobody talks about. Like I'm not talking about the Supreme Court or Roe v. Wade or legally make it legal or illegal or someone with health problems. Like each person has to determine that for themselves, but they have to be able to say what it is, right? Now, if this baby's going to die anyway, and again, that's you trusting the medical community. Well, the medical community, the allopathic medical model isn't great, right? Like, so if they say you're 100% going to lose the baby, maybe that's true, but maybe they're just wrong, right? I'm not saying they are, but like that's, whatever it is. But they have these harrowing stories here, harrowing stories.
We waited until Amanda was sick enough to receive standard abortion care. Eventually, Amanda's temperature spiked. She was shaking, disoriented, and crashing.
This is Amanda. She made it.
I don't remember what I threw into
Willow
our
did not.
Bag that day. Only that instead of welcoming Willow, I was hoping Amanda's life could be saved. I'm here tonight because the fight for reproductive rights isn't just a woman's fight. This is about fighting.
Okay, so, but you're not talking about making exceptions. Even Trump has conceded exceptions. So let's say doctors say it's a life and death situation, and they make that like an exception for every state in the country. And then, these other things, incest, things like this, because these are these stories. So if you take away these things, right, then you're willing to, these horrible things where somebody's like they wanted the baby and it just wasn't meant to be, right? Miscarriages, whatever it might be, like where, they're makes sense that abortion would be like a moral option, like something that's probably the right thing to do. Let's say that you allowed all these states to have those exceptions. Would you like not do all the other abortions, which are just straight up murders, like, right? You know, like, are you willing to concede the rest of those? Like, if, because these horror stories are specifically, you know, about things that you can make legal. Like, you could make exceptions for every one of these things. And I'm editing, and I want to say this. What they want to do is make it mandatory and force it on the states. Now, the states have their people there. And, you know, some of these states are red states. And these red states have a lot of Christians who feel strongly about this, right? And, you know, people can vote. Like, they can, you know, there's sometimes people don't vote in state elections and they're not very political, young people, right? Then they can, you know, some of these states they're borderline. They're like swing states. You know, they're in some of these, you know, policies that they're putting out there, abortion policies, you know, it's a state by state basis. And so what they're trying to do is force the Democratic Party view, which is the majority of Americans are pro-abortion. This is a winning issue for them. But there are some states that the majority of people are against it. And, you know, this is just making it a state-by-state case, right? And it isn't some, like, you know, slam dunk, like they're preventing people from getting treatment for cancer or something. And again, the whole medical model is atrocious, the allopathic medical model. It's just, you know, aggressive and, you know, it's money-making and all the things we know about. And so, again, they're getting all upset like this is something that they're making every woman suffer this. Well, you go live in a state where they allow it, right? I mean, it's not like you can go to that state and get the operation there. I mean, there's some things even with that, right? And Kamala Harris getting elected isn't going to change this law. And why isn't Joe Biden doing something now, right? She would need the House and the Senate, and then it would have to go past the Supreme Court. So, like, is she running on that she's going to water down the Supreme Court and reverse her decision? So that's a whole nother thing, right? And then this woman comes out.
But too many have. They write to me saying, what happened to you happened to me. Sometimes they're miscarrying, scared to tell anyone, even their doctors. Our daughters deserve better. America deserves better.
Well, not if they're aborted. So I don't know what her thing was. Let's go back here.
Because they do.
Boom. They're from Texas. Suing Texas over abortion restrictions.
2 years ago, my husband and I were expecting our second child. Our daughter Lauren couldn't wait to be a big sister. I was getting ready for her 4th birthday party when something didn't feel right. 2 emergency rooms sent me away. Because of Louisiana's abortion ban, no one would confirm that I was miscarrying. I was in pain, bleeding so much my husband feared for my life. No woman should experience what I endured, but too many have.
Okay, so she was having a miscarriage, which is something completely different. And, you know, I don't know what her specific story is, right? And again, goes back to the medical community. Then this girl comes out.
American girl, varsity soccer captain, cheerleading captain, homecoming queen, and survivor.
She's from Kentucky, so these are all states that have abortion bans. Texas, Kentucky, and Louisiana.
I was raped by my stepfather after years of sexual abuse. At age 12, I took my first pregnancy test, and it was positive. That was the first time I was ever told, you have options.
Okay, so again, you can make these things all exceptions, like incest, life or death, certainly miscarriages. You know, the woman's miscarriage thing, that's the doctors sucking, right? And, you know, doctors suck, right? I mean, doctors just aren't trustworthy, lots of them. They're not healers, right? They're pill pushers. And, you know, all of it. But, these are all dark stories and negative stories, right? And so they wrap this thing up. So there's like that moment, right? And they play this music, to get them off the stage. They just told these horrible stories, right? And this guy comes out. They're playing It's a Beautiful Day by U2. These women just shared these harrowing stories, and they're playing A Beautiful Day. This guy comes out. He's the governor of Kentucky or something. Like, this woman's still in tears because of these stories, right? She's like, oh my God, those are horrible stories. And I don't know, I just can't, I'm beside myself. And so, they're showing all the people here in the audience. He's kissing the crowd, and he's going to talk about abortion too. And he's got a big smile on his face after hearing these harrowing stories, right? Like this guy. Andy. And look at her. Look at Kamala. They're all smiling and happy, like we're done with those harrowing stories and that emotion, and now let's bring out Andy.
Is one of the bravest people I've ever met.
Woo! She's so brave. Woo! So I guess in some reason Kentucky elected a governor here.
I'm amazed at the courage it takes to share her pain, to share her truth. Yet Donald Trump brags about tearing a constitutional right away from Hadley and every other woman and girl in our country.
It's just so sad and tragic and harrowing. It's pretty harrowing, right? But you're forgetting the part about, the murder part, right? Like you're murdering fetuses and embryos and things, and they're human beings, and they're human beings in the process of becoming human beings and being human beings, right? And so it's murder, right? Like you guys all kind of know that, right? Like at some level. And so again, I'm not a Roe v. Wade person or any of these things. I'm not about legal or illegal. I'm about you knowing what it is, like before you do it. I'm about you getting the truth about what it is. That when a man's sperm and a woman's egg come together, they form a third person, a separate person, separate from the woman, separate from the man. It's not a cancerous growth that the woman's having taken out. It's a baby, right? It starts being a baby at conception. At the spiritual level, the soul creates the body, right? The energetic soul animates the body. Like not every time that there's a potential for pregnancy does it happen, right? I mean, there is like they call it the miracle of birth because there's all these sperms and there's the egg, and a lot of times they don't connect, right? Like so, I mean, there's a process there, and there has to be a soul present. And so there's two things there. That's when life begins. And so if you're going to do this, and I don't care if it's legal or not, because people will do it without it being legal, right? Women will do it, be in horrible circumstances, being pressured. I mean, it all falls on the woman, and they should know, and I like the pro-lifers, they want to prevent abortion, but they don't want to support the women, single moms or whatever. I'm not all about those, political groups that suck and are, insincere and, they don't solve the problem or help with the problem, which is, a degraded humanity and, whatever the circumstances where there's lots of young women and you're 5 times more likely to get an abortion if you're a person of color, a woman, a black woman, if you're, I mean, they're funneling them in a way that's like genocide, right? And so there's all these factors that they don't talk about. Telling women the truth about what this is, right? And what it's going to feel like, because there's a soul present, there's a soul that's connected to you, and you're disconnecting that soul from you, and there's depression, and it's just, I mean, women who have abortion can talk about these, bring them up and talk about what it's like, and be honest about it, right? Like be honest about what the whole thing was. I feel like I'm much more practical about things than majority of truthers and people in general, because I look at all sides of the issue, and oftentimes I don't have a dog in the fight, right? I don't have, for me personally, my baby making days are over. So there's going to be, I don't have anything that's going to, I don't have any personal stake in the thing, right? But, I'm aware of women being in horrible situations and these kids growing up in horrible situations. And again, you can't, you don't know what's going to happen to that kid. Even if a kid's with a single mom. I mean, they're saying Kamala Harris had a single mom and she's running for president, right? I mean, there's, whatever. Like, not that she's a good person, but, it is what it is, right? There's success stories, people coming out of poverty, people coming out of bad situations. But the majority of people in bad situations, the majority of aborted babies, probably weren't going to have very good lives. Does that mean you get to kill them? No. Like, it's not, who can decide such things, right? Who's has the ability to decide such things? The other issue is, on a societal level, our country couldn't afford all these unwanted babies. We're talking about, another 40 million people, and these kids who are going to be unproductive and be a drain on the system, most of them, because of the circumstances. Like, most of the kids who are aborted are going to be in, the lowest level of criminal type of, potential criminals and all this other stuff. And then, we're already in bad shape economically. And that would just put a tax on the system, unemployment, more, whatever. And so that system needs abortions. And I acknowledge all those things. So it's, it's not such a, blaming the women who have abortion kind of situation. You can't do that because it's a system that we're all participating in. We're all, our system needs abortions. And so, I'm compassionate about all those things. But the issue here is, I said this with Amy Schumer. Amy Schumer was a big abortion advocate, and she was pushing for abortion. She had these horrible abortion jokes, like really, bad abortion jokes, right? Like they were offensive. But then she had trouble getting pregnant. And she was celebrating being pregnant, and, her and her husband were having all these issues. And then when she was pregnant, she was throwing up all the time, which, maybe is a part of her lowbrow comedy and, making fun of something that shouldn't be made fun of, like these aborted fetuses and all these horrible jokes she did, right? But I said this back then, that these celebrities and these women who are very liberal, when they want to have a baby, they call it a baby. I have a baby in my belly, right? Oh, I got the pregnancy test. Honey, we're pregnant. They get all excited. We're gonna have a baby, right? But when it's, oh, fuck, I'm pregnant. Like, what is it then, right? When you're excited, oh, I'm pregnant. Yeah, it's a baby. But when you're, oh, fuck, I'm pregnant, what is it then? Is it a baby or is it something else, right? It's not a cancerous growth. What is it, right? Like, it's a baby when you want it, but it's not. Like, they call it a baby. They call it a human life. They attribute human life to it, right? And these pro-choice women, these pro-choice, not women, but the organizations, they were going against these, when these states want to make it a double murder if you killed a pregnant woman. I mean, this is, that's misogynistic. And they, to say it was only a single murder because they didn't want to attribute legal life to the baby. So they made it about abortion and not the fact that if somebody murdered a mother and a pregnant mom, that it should be a double murder, right? Which it should be. It's just logical. And so this is where you get into this real seedy shit. And just because 60% of Americans want it doesn't make it okay, right? Like, it's, people have to understand what it is. Call it what it is. Say their name, right? Say the name of the baby. That couple had a baby named Willow. Like, this is a human being you're choosing to terminate, right? Regardless of the circumstance. And even if you were forced, it wasn't something you even chose to have, you still have this baby inside you, and it's going to have repercussions when that soul that's you're now connected to disappears. And women suffer. They suffer, depression and all kinds of things from. And the same thing happens with miscarriages. Like, I went through some miscarriages with my ex, and it's pretty traumatic. It's like the loss of a child, right? Once you hear that ultrasound, you hear a heartbeat, and you start feeling the soul. The soul can be experienced, and you're having that. You can feel it. It's not as if a child dies after it's been born, you're going to have more of a relationship with it. But still, there's some suffering and depression, and I went through it. Like, I felt it, right? So, it's there. But let's get to Jill Biden here. So they rolled out this guy Warwick, and they brought out a lot of people, and they brought out this guy Chris Combs, and now it's getting into the 11s, right? And they still got Jill Biden, their daughter, and Joe Biden to go.
We love Joe.
We love Joe. We love Joe. Joe, we love him,
Thank
that
you
guy.
all. We love Joe. God bless you, and thank you very much.
We love Joe. This guy's from Delaware. And so, like, you know, it's like 11 o'clock now, so. Joe Biden doesn't make it out till 11:30. I saw Fox and Friends. They recommended a video from them. And, you know, they've hammered Joe Biden for being senile and the Democratic Party. And they're saying they got to get rid of the guy. And then all of a sudden they're like, oh, my God, I can't believe they're treating him this way. It's like everyone's so insincere and sucky, right? And let's not forget, and with all the fake stuff we see here, that the last convention for the Republicans, Trump put on a giant maxi pad for an injury that didn't exist, for a shooting that didn't happen, and rolled it out with WWE stuff with Hulk Hogan and Kid Rock and you know, Dana White and all that stuff, right?
Hi, I'm Vivian Warewell, and I'm a 4th grade student at Kristen McAuliffe. I've been bouncing around all week excited for this moment, and last night I could barely sleep.
It's because of Jill Biden. Spoiler alert, it's because of Jill Biden.
I remember the day that we heard that President Biden had won, and the whole neighborhood started celebrating.
Oh my
So
God,
when
what kind of neighborhood do you live in?
I heard you were coming, I really wanted to meet you.
There she is, the elder abuser.
Who are you? Because you embrace change from my generation. And the ones to come. I look up to you.
Okay, so she's a horrible human being because her husband has had Parkinson's and she's been rolling him out here, right? Like she's horrible American, right? They should have never run him. And this whole thing has been a debacle. And I could see he was having brain functioning issues in 2019. And so they knew this ahead of time. He'd probably been diagnosed with Parkinson's. They knew, or at least Alzheimer's. They saw that he was having issues. You know, like he had brain functioning issues, right? Look at her go. This is great. Look at her go. Dr. Jill Biden. Dr. Jill Biden.
Now it is my honor to introduce our First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden.
Boom. I guess that's just tears of joy. Woo. So compassionate. First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden. Dr. Jill.
Please welcome First Lady of the United States, Jill Biden.
Woo! Look at him. Look at him wave. Look at the young Nancy Pelosi here, the clone. And you know, like, she sucks, right? There's the Biden clan. There's all the signs. These guys all had Jill signs, and when we fight, we win signs under their seats. You know, let's just, like, look at it. Like, come on. Jill, 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 Jill. Just imagine being one of these people here, right? Like what it's like to be in one of these convention people, either Republican or Democrat. These brain dead clone, these brain dead sheeple just, going in there and thinking that this is going to make a difference and that your vote counts and matters and this isn't rigged and America can be saved and just all these things, right? You're sitting there holding up a Jill Biden sign.
Thank you.
Woo! Woo! Look at Kamala. Woo! She's so noble. Woo! I love that Jill. Woo! 4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Love you too.
You got a lot to answer for there, Jilly Jill.
Joe and I have been together for almost 50 years.
Woo! Yeah, when she went on a date with him and she said she never wanted to see him again after the first date. She was 18 years old. His wife died under mysterious circumstances. He had 2 kids, and she was married at 18 to somebody else, right? That's Jilly Jill.
And still, there are moments when I fall in love with him all over again.
And he does too, because he forgets who you are.
Like when I handed him our baby Ashley for the first time and saw the smile that lit up his face.
He's like, well, when she turns 14, he'll be able to take showers with her, right? So here it is. Fact check. Post claims contents of Ashley Biden's diary have been verified. Here are the facts. A diary authorized by U.S. President Joe Biden's daughter, Ashley Biden, describes showers taken with her father was when she was a child as probably not appropriate. And so that is true. So, like, this is weird, right?
Or on nights after an exhausting day working in the Senate, when he would read one more bedtime story just because the kids asked.
Whoa, what a dad. One more bedtime story. He had a hard day at the Senate, taking kickbacks and plagiarizing and taking showers with his kids and and then he would read them a bedtime story when they asked. That's crazy. What a dad.
When he stops on a rope line because he sees someone grieving who needs to know that everything is going to be all right one day.
And so he goes, he smells their hair, and he snoozles them, and he gropes them, and he does all those things that JoJo does, right? And so she's an enabler, or she has been a handler, and been a big reason for this debacle, because the guy should not be president, because we all know now that he has brain processing issues, which is, by that doctor I showed you, clearly diagnosable as Parkinson's. And he's had Parkinson's now for a number of years, long before he ran for president. And he's been falling apart. And she's been pushing him out there. And like it took, a lot of pressure for them to get him to, quit being president, right? So that was Jill. They don't bring JoJo out right away, right? They delay the process. So this is like supposed to be JoJo's convention, right? He was supposed to be his, but they screwed him. Not that they screwed him, because he shouldn't have been president, but...
Please welcome first daughter, Ashley Biden.
So she's the one, remember, she showed up when he was being interviewed by Cardi B, and that was weird. She's a big Cardi B fan. And her dad and her took showers, and she was like 12 years old or something. Weird, right? That she said wasn't appropriate. It's weird that he's having this night. Like, this is not normal for a convention, right? Walsh's wife is crying like she's a basket case over there. She cries like throughout the night.
I have this memory. It's the eve of my 8th birthday. Dad is still in D.C. tending to urgent matters in the Senate. That night, as a surprise, Mom told me, Bo, and Hunter to get in the car.
Don't forget your crack pipe, Hunter. I've been waiting all night. I saw this last night. I've been waiting all night to make that joke. Don't forget your crack pipe, Hunter. I could make a kind of a dark joke about Bo Biden having some kind of, there could be a brain cancer joke in there, right? But we won't. We'll skip that. But it's just such a fucked up family. Like, it's fucked up.
I remember pulling up to the Wilmington Amtrak station, riding up the escalator to the platform. The train stops, doors open, and Dad steps out.
Dad was there. Dad stepped out. All right, so let's go to see Dad, because it's going to be a long ass speech, and I have to get through it. I'm not going to show you all of it, but just the good parts. Okay, so let's begin here. I just found out my wife was wondering if our pumpkin seeds were sourced in China. We get these raw go, organic, raw sprouted pumpkin seeds that they have at Costco, and also you can get them on Amazon. And we eat a lot of them because pumpkin seeds have these pepitos or whatever they are. These certain kinds of pumpkin seeds are high in, they help with nitric oxide production, and they're high in zinc and copper and other. They're just like loaded with nutrients, right? And it turns out they are sourced in China, which is a real bummer. So now I'm have to go through all my supplements as well and figure out how many are sourced in China. You know, China sucks for all these things. So I got that going for me. But here's a 53-minute speech by JoJo Magoo. Look, look at him up, look around. Yeah, so let's go back here for a sec. So this, she looks very Hollywood. It looks like she fucked up her lips with something.
Social worker in Philadelphia.
Whoa, raise the roof.
I support formerly incarcerated women as they heal.
That's what she does.
And now, I would like to introduce my father, your 46...
My shower buddy. as I like to call him, dope on a rope. Dope. Bring out dope on a rope. Okay, so they're playing love will be lifting me higher, right? Your love lifts me higher, or whatever it is. And that's not Joe Biden. But look, they don't show him walking out. They don't show him walking out. Because when he walks, you know that he has got Parkinson's, right? His gait, his stiffness in his walk, right? That's part of his, deterioration of his brain, right? And so they don't show you him walking because when he walks, you know he's not okay. He's not fit for president to be the president. So there's all this stuff that happened. So, this isn't really his fault. Now, he sucked before. He sucked for years. He's been a plagiarizing, corrupt politician for 45 years. But then he started to have brain malfunction. And, then it's not really his fault. I mean, what's happened since then, because it's the people that have propped him up, including Jilly Jill in the Democratic Party, right? He's had all this, brain meltdown. And so now I have to watch this frickin' thing to find all the gaffes, because I'm not going to show you the whole 53-minute speech. But he starts off pretty good. Let's watch a little bit of that. Okay, so there's 6 minutes of ovations.
Folks, let me ask you.
Joe. We want Joe. Let's go.
The moment we had to meet, it was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility. Of peril and possibility. We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic.
Okay, before that, he talked about, see the thing here.
Four have been overrun by a violent mob.
So right here, he gets into the whole.
And I swore an oath. Are you ready to vote for democracy and for America?
Yeah, 4 more years. 4 more years.
Let me ask you.
4 more years.
Are you ready to elect Kamala Harris and Tim Walz?
4 more years.
President and Vice President of the United States.
4 more years. Look at her. Look at that. Yee.
My fellow Democrats, my fellow Americans, nearly 4 years ago, in winter, on the steps of the Capitol, on a cold January day, I raised my right hand and I swore an oath to you and to God.
to you and to you and God. You first.
To preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, and to faithfully execute the office of the President of the United States.
And I did it wearing diapers.
In front of me was the city surrounded by the National Guard. Behind me, a Capitol just 2 weeks before had been overrun by a violent mob.
It was in tatters.
But I knew then.
Like I know now that I wasn't going to remember any of it.
from the bottom of my heart that I knew now there is no place in America for political violence. None.
None at all. None. Zero.
You cannot say you love your country only when you win.
Exactly, Trump. You can't not love your country when you lose. Trump and Trumpers.
In that moment, I wasn't looking to the past. I was looking to the future. I spoke of the work at hand. The moment we had to meet. It was, as I told you then, a winter of peril and possibility.
Peril and possibilities.
Of peril and possibility.
Oh, peril and possibilities.
We're in the grip of a once-in-a-century pandemic.
Pandemic.
Historic joblessness. A call for racial justice long overdue. Clear and present threats to our very democracy.
Which was all about Donald Trump. 4 more years.
You.
4 more years. 4 more years. 4 more years. Pelosi. She loves him now that she got him to got him the boot.
And yet I believed then, and I believe now, that progress was and is possible. Justice is achievable. And our best days are not behind us, they're before us.
They're before us. They're not behind us. We're going to make America great again. Look at this sad sack coming after. Look at him. Look at this droopy dog. What's wrong? Is he going to cry? Is he going to cry? Don't cry, bro.
Oh, it's summer. The winter has passed. And with a grateful heart, I stand before you now on this August night to report that democracy has prevailed.
Woo! Exactly. We got a candidate that received no votes running for president. Never won one primary.
Democracy has delivered. And
you know, if he had picked Pete Buttigieg or Bernie Sanders or somebody who was, in the primary, right, and was like, all right, well, he came in second, so there was some support for him, and he had received some votes, right, at least 4 years ago he had. But he picked someone who hasn't received any votes and was just basically placed in the Senate, placed as the Attorney General, She knee padded her way all the way up the ranks in California, and then became a national figure. And now they've just handpicked her again, which is important, right? Like they're just, they've manufactured this. And, they've done a great job in this transition from Biden to Harris. Like it's been pretty much seamless to what it could have been. Like I thought it was going to be much worse, given their incompetence in the past and their bungling of it, right? But it's completely fucked. It's completely fucked up. Like, you can't do something like this, right? They obviously were planning this for a while, and they could have done it before the primary, as I said earlier in this video, but they didn't do that, right? And so you got to understand the undemocratic aspect of knowing you got to get rid of this guy, but waiting to the last minute and sliding in his vice president, who is unliked and kind of unelectable, and then just trying to use the Trump hate and Trump's self-sabotaging behaviors to give her a chance to make it close enough so they can cheat or whatever their plan is here. They've done a great job. They've executed this flawlessly, but it's completely anti and undemocratic.
And now democracy must be preserved.
It must be preserved. Woo! We want 4 more years. 4 more years.
You've heard me say it before. We're facing an inflection point. One of those rare moments in history.
Yeah, we've heard that. I don't know when I haven't heard that, right? It's not a rare moment in history. This is already done. Like, our fate is sealed.
The decisions we make now will determine the fate of our nation.
It's just the cemetery you're picking to bury America in, right? It's just you're picking the difference of the different cemeteries and the different people that are going to be doing the burying, right? Doing the looting. Look at them go. Look at him go.
And the world for decades to come. That's not hyperbole. I mean it literally.
He means it literally, not, it's not hyperbole.
We're in a battle for the very soul of America.
Oh my God, is that still going on? I thought we already did. I thought you did the soul before.
I ran for president in 2020 because of what I saw in Charlottesville.
Like that's been completely debunked even by Snopes, right? And his recounting of the thing, right?
In August of 2017, extremists coming out of the woods, carrying torches.
Tiki torches, wearing polo shirts, like they look like recruits for the FBI, like some kind of, they look like J.C. Penney models, right?
Their veins bulging.
Their veins were bulging in their necks, like the veins. He saw it
from their necks.
From their necks, we saw the veins.
Carrying Nazi swastikas and chanting the same exact anti-Semitic bile that was heard in Germany in the early 30s.
No way. Does that happen? And he said he can't stand for that.
Neo-Nazis, white supremacists, the Ku Klux Klan, so emboldened by a president then in the White House that they saw as an ally. They didn't even bother to wear their hoods.
They didn't. They wanted you to see their bulging veins in their necks. Right? They didn't even bother wearing their. This has all been debunked, right?
Hate was on the march in America.
Hate was on the march. All right, so I saw some of this. He's doing a pretty good job up to that point. Let me go forward a little bit. I don't really want to sit through the whole thing either. But there are some gaffes it's like, like inevitably, if you talk for 50 minutes, there are going to be some gaffes from this guy. There's a little bit of gaff here and a lot of bullshit, right?
Back to stand against hate and violence in all its forms, to be a nation where we not only live with but thrive on diversity.
Okay, so you had a misstep.
Demonizing no one.
Demonizing no one. Well, you've demonized MAGA voters, right? MAGA Republicans and Trump quite a bit. And truthers. You've demonized anti-vaxxers, people who didn't want to take the vaccine, and you turned out to be wrong. You didn't apologize for that. And you forced people to take it who may have issues with it later on. You didn't apologize for that either. So that's not true at all.
Leaving no one behind and becoming the nation that we profess to be.
Woo!
I also ran.
He also ran.
To rebuild the backbone of America.
Okay, he did all those things, and he accomplished them all. So here he talks about having the strongest economy and all these accomplishments, and he talks about Kamala doing these accomplishments as well. But Kamala doesn't want to run on the Biden economy because the Biden economy sucks, right? So he's, trying to give her props here, but it's actually hurting her because she's going to have to run like she's running right now like Trump's the incumbent. It's so weird, but that's what they basically have to do. And she's the person of change, right? And then he has this little flub here.
Kamala, I've done. Remember, we were told we couldn't get it done.
Kamala and I have done. He's trying to hear this.
And he never built a damn thing.
Lean into it, Joe. Lean into it, Magoo.
But now, because of what Kamala I've done.
Now, because of what Kamala and I had done, right? That didn't sound right, bro.
But now, because of what Kamala I've done. Remember, we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week.
Wait, what was that he just said?
Kamala, I've done. Remember, we were told we couldn't get it done. Remember when we came into office, we couldn't get anything passed? But right now, we're giving America an infrastructure decade, not week.
Oh, infrastructure decade, not infrastructure week. Because apparently that was Trump's thing. But he's trying to, give her props, but it's not going to help her out, right? Okay, there's this. It's about halfway through here. I'll go back a little bit here.
I didn't think it worth, thought it worked, but it doesn't. And when we did all that, what we've done, everybody can do well.
Everybody.
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 Donald Trump calls America a failing nation. No, I'm serious. But think about this.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious. He actually did do that. I'm just not. It's not hyperbole.
Think about this. He publicly says to the whole world, I'm going to say something outrageous. I know more foreign leaders by their first names and know them well than anybody alive. Just because I'm so damn old.
Look at Nancy Pelosi. Oh my God, he's so damn old. He's so funny. You're so funny, Joe.
But I'm not joking.
He's not joking. I am so damn old. I'm like, I just crapped my pants like 5 minutes ago. Like why was he giving this speech?
Think of the message he sends around the world when he talks about America being a failing nation. He says we're losing. He's the loser. He's dead wrong.
He's the loser and he's dead wrong. Get off my lawn. Look at this angry old man. An angry old man. He's dead wrong. Look at he's dead wrong. Big giant colossal worker. He did wrong. Woo! We love Joe.
Many of you are very successful people who travel the world. Name me a country in the world that doesn't think we're the leading nation in the world. Without America, not a joke.
Yeah, there's lots of countries think that. A lot of countries think that China surpassed America. A lot of countries think America's, everyone knows America's going south, right? Not just because of Joe Biden, just because of, like everything. But it's a collapsed nation. And so he's talking about how crime has come down. This is the big moment here.
In public safety, ever. Now, the murder rate is falling faster than any time in history. Violent crime has dropped to the lowest level of more than 50 years. And crime will keep coming down when we put a prosecutor in the Oval Office instead of a convicted felon.
Boom. Kaboom. Look at her. Look at that prosecutor. She's a protector. Look at that protector up there. Look at her. Look at him. Look at them give each other the evil eye. Yeah, I know. I know what you did, bitch. I know what you did to me, bitch. I know you stabbed me in the back.
Distinguished senator from the C Senate from California and I passed the first ban on assault weapons.
Woo!
And guess what? It worked. If we care about public safety.
It worked. Guess what? Guess what? It worked. So here, this is great too.
Never thought I'd stand before a crowd of Democrats and refer to a president as a liar so many times. No, I'm not trying to be funny. It's sad.
I'm trying to be sad right now.
Trump continues to lie about the border. Here's what he won't tell you. Trump killed the strongest bipartisan border deal in the history of the United States that we negotiated with the Senate Republicans. Took 4 weeks.
4 months, 4 weeks, one of the two. I don't know which.
Once it passed, and never acknowledged the most expansive border change in American history, he called senators to say, don't support the bipartisan bill, because he said it would help me politically and hurt him politically. My God.
My God, he said this like a bunch of times. My God. He's done saying it.
No, I'm serious. Think about it. Not a joke.
Not a joke. It's just sad. I'm pretty sad about it.
Ask even the press who doesn't like me. They'll tell you that's true.
What do you mean the press who doesn't like you? You're the press that they spent like 90% of their time for the past 8 years talking about how Trump sucks. You mean that press? Right? Like,
then I had to take executive action.
Look, no, I can't believe Trump's such a liar.
The result of the executive action I took, border encounters have dropped over 50%. In fact, there are fewer border crossings today than when Donald Trump left office.
So you're saying the border's good? Like, you can't say that. Like, people know the economy isn't good because they're paying twice as much for everything. They can't afford stuff, right? People know the economy's fucked, so you can't tell them it isn't. And you can't tell them that the border's doing great when it isn't. Like, these are the things you don't want to talk about. And this is why they're trying to run Kamala away from JoJo Magoo's presidency, because if he was doing a good job, and, you know, I mean, obviously the senility plays a part in this, but people aren't happy. And so Donald Trump was going to beat Joe, you know, like he's going to beat Magoo. And so they brought in Kamala Harris. They knew this was like, you know, something they had to do. And she can't endorse his crap because, like, Americans already know it isn't working, right? They're blaming him, and like this, they blame Trump, and it's neither their fault. You know, America is collapsing. Like, it's going to collapse under anybody. There's no solution here. There's no president. There's no government that's going to save America from the, you know, epic amount of debt and the moral decay and all the things that are bringing the empire to an end, right?
And unlike Trump, we will not demonize immigrants, saying they're the poison of blood of America, poison the blood of our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration, including protecting dreamers and more.
Strengthening what? Did you just say?
Our country. Kamala and I are committed to strengthening legal immigration.
He's just said they're committed to strengthening illegal immigration. Like, this is a gaffe I think that's going around. My wife told me about this. And so, like, this is where he's starting to fall apart, right? Like, you know, he's making verbal miscues. Like, they drugged him up. They arrested him. Like, they did whatever they could to prop him up here. But they knew this was going to happen. That's why they got rid of the guy. Like, they knew that, you know, he was going to come out, look old. You know, they didn't want him seen walking around with his, you know, shuffling around with his Thorazine shuffle and all that shit that he does.
Including protecting dreamers and more.
And more. Woo! Okay, let's move forward here. Okay, so first of all, look at Mr. Frowny Face here. His face is always in a frown.
And your freedom to choose.
Woo!
In its decision overturning Roe v. Wade, as you heard earlier tonight, the United States Supreme Court majority wrote the following, quote, women are not without electoral or political power.
Yeah, okay, I just had a Parkinson moment, right? This is why they didn't want me to run.
No kidding.
No kidding. No one knows what the fuck you just said. No kidding. Like, slam it home, Joe. Spike it, Joe.
MAGA Republicans found out the power of women in 2022.
Exactly, those MAGA Republicans. Let's not, you know, we can demonize them. It's okay.
And Donald Trump is going to find out the power of women in 2024.
Yeah, he is. Boom. You women. You watch it. You go watch it. Thank you, Joe. Thank you, Joe. Look, there's some women there. There's some women's in there, and they have power. There's women folk in the audience with power.
And as MAGA Republican right-wingers seek to erase history, we Democrats continue to write history and make more history. I'm proud to have kept my commitment to appoint the first black woman in the United States Supreme Court.
Go boom. He's proud. He's proud. Look at him. Look at how proud he is. Then he's talking about diversity, and this is just classic JoJo Magoo.
Of our nation. Most diverse cabinet in history, including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president.
So there's another gaffe. First black woman of South Asian descent. What are you talking about? Like, you know, that's not what exactly it is.
Including the first black woman of South Asian descent to serve as vice president.
Woo!
And will soon serve as the 47th president of the United States.
Woo! 47, woo! Woo! Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank
He
you.
is good.
We did it. Yeah, thumbs up. This guy. Who has thumbs of this guy?
Thank you, Kamala. Folks, I've long said we have many obligations as a nation.
So now he's just getting marble mouth, where he just doesn't articulate his words, right? Because it just breaks down. Like, he did a good job. They propped him up for this. But, you know, it's showing you why they had to get rid of him, why he shouldn't be president right now. Because he's, you know, he's broken down mentally.
Well, I got in trouble years ago for saying I'd make no apologies. We have only one truly sacred obligation: to prepare and equip those we send to war and care for them and their families when they come home and when they don't.
When they don't, when we do that in the middle of a freedom. Okay, so then he talks some stupid shit here, right?
Come home and when they don't. That's why I'm so proud they've written and signed the PACT Act. One of the most significant laws ever, helping veterans and their families exposed to toxic materials like burn pits in Agent Orange. I was around during the Vietnam War. It's hard. Nobody was able to prove that there's illness as a consequence of Agent Orange.
Yeah, they totally fucking proved that. What are you talking about? They knew it was, you know, and it's still out there in glyphosate and Roundup from Monsanto, right, which is now owned by what, Bayer? Aspirin or whatever it is, right? Or Johnson, whatever the fuck it's owned by now. Monsanto's glyphosate, which was the same stuff that was in Agent Orange, was in is in Roundup, where people are spraying it on their lawns. There's all kinds of shit like that, astrazine and all these things. And you guys have, allowed these toxic chemicals to be around, affecting the youth, right? Feminizing, creating phytoestrogens in men and, young kids and boys and whatever. And, all this stuff it does, right? Messing with their hormones and all kinds of other things, right? Putting the glyphosate in corn, right? Putting the pesticide right in corn. So the corn itself has the pesticide in it. So when the bugs eat it, they die. And then also you're getting, doses of that, right? Destroying your gut. Like, it's totally been proven. What the fuck are you talking about, bro?
And no one was able to prove initially that because they lived in burn pits, like my son lived next to in Iraq for a year, that is the cause
He
of
lives next to it in Iraq for a year?
illness. But because of the PACT Act, a surviving spouse to 2 children is now eligible for a stipend of about $3,000 a month.
Yeah, okay, you could just stop poisoning the veterans and poisoning these people by putting these chemicals and things in chemical warfare. Things like white phosphorus and depleted uranium, which we know are horrible things. They're horrors of war, and you contributed to that. Or you could stop droning kids. Remember the time you droned kids, 8 kids, and you're trying to create some bullshit ISIS-K narrative, right? Remember that? And you drone those kids when you were embarrassingly failing at getting ever the troops out of Afghanistan after voting for all those illegal and immoral wars, you piece of shit, right? The Democrats are in a quandary. Like, they have, Donald Trump sucks, and he's hated, and all these people say he's being persecuted and he's being victimized. He brought all that shit on himself, right? Some of it, like him being, him not playing the political game. And the first 3 years of his presidency, I focused on that because it was hilarious. Like, he wasn't acting like a politician should, and a lot of that was just being fake and all those things, right? Even though he was he was totally a scumbag and a liar, he wasn't faking it. He was just being who he was. But then it just became about him, and his ego just bought into this, this messiah complex that he has, right? This cult leader thing. And so that's when Trump went south, and it got really, hard to watch, right? So they have Trump, and Trump is, 52% of people are never Trumpers. But they have a bad economy. They have a senile president. They have to answer for this guy, that they kept him around when obviously he's been deteriorating mentally since he was vice president. And so they have that issue, right? And then they have Kamala, who was never really elected and not liked. And, she's not a candidate of passion. They're just accepting her because that's who they have, right? That's who they're given. Like Kamala was their only choice. They kind of chose Joe Biden, even though they rigged the election for him. He did have some organic support, and he did have some electability factors. But Kamala doesn't have any of that, right? And so, they're actually doing a good job managing this mess. But the reality is that they can't run on Biden's record, and they have to, basically hope that you forget that they have a senile guy running the White House, the country, which makes the whole presidency a joke, right? Are always saying that the elections are rigged. And that's not the appropriate way to look at it. The appropriate way to look at it is the system is rigged, right? It's not the elections are rigged, the system is rigged. Is a big difference, right? Because the whole system, the elections would being rigged would mean that one of the candidates was legitimate. One of the candidates could be a good president or congressman or congresswoman or whatever, right? And that, the elections are rigged, meaning that they choose who wins the election. But what they do is they choose all of it, like the whole system's rigged. So it appears that you're voting, but it isn't, right? So here he goes. Woo!
And those children who lost a parent are eligible for tuition benefits to go to college and to get job training.
So it's like it worked out good that you poisoned him, right? So, his cadence is off too, right? Watch this.
College and to get job training. It's already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far.
No, see, that wasn't... He said the words right, but the way he articulated, the way he emphasized the syllables, right? He didn't, it didn't land, right? Because he's reading, but he's also not understanding. He's not processing what he's reading. So they were like, "Are we supposed to applaud to that, or is that are we supposed to boo?" What? Like they didn't get it. They didn't understand by the way he articulated it, right? Watch that again.
College and to get job training. It's all.
See, he's saying he's trying to bark this stuff out. Angry man, get off my lawn, guy, right? But like he doesn't land this.
Already helping over 1 million veterans and their families just so far.
It should have been just so far, right? The helping 1 million veterans and their families was the part that you yell, and the just so far is the afterthought, right? That's not what you're supposed to accentuate, so they don't understand what to say here. And he's clueless. Look at him.
Well, I love them, and I'm so proud of my son's service.
Are you, though? Like, would you rather have him not have been in service if he wasn't going to be next to a toxic waste dump? He only did that to become a political leader. Like he said, if his son was alive, they've been running his son for president, not him, right? Like Bo was the good one. Like he had the weird shower buddy with his daughter, and we all know about Hunter and his crack addiction. But Hunter smoked crack and did drugs for his whole life, was in and out of rehab like 8 times when the election was going on, 8 or 9 times, and it's probably been a few more times since then. And he's, an avid crack user, and his brain is fine. His other son went to the military, and because of the toxic waste dump, he got brain cancer and died. So that tells you all you need to know. You're better off being a crackhead. You'll live longer being a crackhead than being in the, going to war.
We get it. But guess who doesn't get it?
I don't know. Does his name begin with D and end with P?
And doesn't respect our veterans. We know from his own chief of staff, a 4-star General John Kelly, that Trump, when in Europe, would not go to the grave sites in France, the brave service members who gave their lives to this country.
He's not reading correctly here. He's like not articulating what he's reading.
Call them suckers and losers. Who in the hell does he think he is?
No, who the hell? Get off my lawn.
Who does he think he is?
He's really angry. Like, why are you so angry, bro? Oh, that's right. You were going to run for president, and they completely stabbed you in the back, including your Kamala Harris.
There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period.
Okay, so like that again, that was an epic flub there. Ooh.
There's no words for a person. They are not the words of a person not worthy of being commander-in-chief. Period.
What? So like, period. Nobody know what the fuck you just said, bro.
Not then, not now, and not ever.
Not evers.
I mean that.
So he's starting to lose it. He's
I mean
like,
that from the bottom of
he's like a deer in the headlights here.
my heart.
Woo. Okay, like he's just. I mean, some of the speech was. They were supposed to go over his speech, right?
Just as no commander-in-chief should ever bow down to a dictator, the way Trump bows down to Putin. I never have, and I promise you, Kamala Harris will never do it. Will never bow down.
You know what? That's her signature move, bowing down. You know, she got this name, Kamala Harris, that I've given her. That really is a good nickname because it shows you how she got into where she is. You know, knee padding it, right? Like bowing down is how she. That's her go-to move. She's like, you know, she's got that trademarked. Kamala Harris has got bowing down trademarked.
When Trump left office, Europe and NATO was in tatters. Not a joke.
Not a joke, it was. I tell you, for reals.
Working to bring hostages home and end the war in Gaza and bring peace and security in the Middle East.
Okay, so after the genocide's taken place, they're only working on this, which means that they're not going to get it done. Like he should have gotten this done something, right? But he didn't. And they're not going to because Israel doesn't want anything done, right? They want to, not until they have occupied these, I mean, they annex these areas, right? Gaza and the West Bank. That's going to happen. And no president's going to stop it. Trump is just going to let them do it. He's already telling them they can do whatever they need to do, right? And Kamala Harris isn't going to stop him either. Because, you know, the protests, the anti-Israel, the pro-Palestinian protests are going to mean nothing after the election, right?
As you know, I wrote a peace treaty for Gaza. A few days ago, I put forward a proposal that brought us closer to doing that than we've done since October 7th.
He's lost here.
We're working around the clock, my Secretary of State, to prevent a wider war and reunite hostages with their families and surge humanitarian health and food assistance into Gaza now.
Okay, so like he's gone, see? Like he just didn't make it. They shouldn't have let him have this long of a speech. Like it's just, you know, I mean, his handler should have said, yeah, there's no way he's going to make it through. Like he's gone.
To end the civilian suffering of the Palestinian people and finally deliver a ceasefire and end this war.
Yeah, why didn't you do that already, right? I mean, there's 40,000 dead Palestinians, and half of them are kids. Like that's like just should never have happened.
Those protesters out in the street, they have a point. A lot of innocent people are being killed on both sides.
Not on both sides. Like you're saying the same thing Trump said about Charlottesville. The Palestinian people do not have an army. They're not able to defend themselves, right? The people in the Gaza do not have an army. Hamas is, you know, an asset of Israel, so they don't have anything. They have rocks. That's why they throw rocks. Like, don't pretend that this is like going both ways.
We worked around the clock to bring home wrongfully detained Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history.
He likes the swaps. He likes doing swaps. So this is where he just gets all marble mouth, right? Where he can't pronounce his words.
Americans and others from Russia in one of the most complicated swaps in history. But they're home.
Woo!
Kamala and I are going to keep working to bring all Americans wrongfully defamed around the world home.
Wrongfully defamed. Look at she's like, somebody shut this guy up, right? Why is he still up there?
I mean it.
I mean it. We're going to work together to get this done.
I've got 5 months left in my presidency.
Well, like, that's not cool. You're senile as fuck. Like, your brain isn't working. You know, you're not running for president because almost 80% of Americans think that you're too far gone to be president, right? And some of those people are Republicans who, you know, voted for you. You know, when they answered the poll that he was okay because they wanted him to run against Trump, right? And so they've thought for years that this guy's gone. He's got 5 months left. This guy, right?
I've got a lot to do. I intend to get it done.
Woo! Yes. Yes, she said yes.
It's been the honor of my lifetime to serve as your president. I love the job, but I love my country more.
Because so I quit, so I would run again because I know I'd fuck this place up. I love the job, but I know it's better that I don't do that job, right? Yeah, woo,
I love my country more.
He's so sacrificial, woo. How noble.
And all this talk about how I'm angry at all those people who said I should step down. That's not true.
You're seething at him, bro. Don't lie. We can see you're seething. We want Joe. It showed Nancy Pelosi when she said,
I love my country more, and we need to preserve our democracy. In 2024, we need you to vote. We need you to keep the Senate. We need you to win back the House of Representatives.
see, there's only one justification for them doing what they did. It isn't that the guy was unpopular. It wasn't that he couldn't beat Trump. It was that he was mentally incompetent, and the American people knew it. And after that debate performance showed that he has broken down, has cognitive difficulties, which he's been showing for years. And it's been, you know, hidden by the media, but people have realized it, right? And so, you know, this was him having to step down because his brain doesn't function. You know, he's Parkinson's. He has cognitive difficulties, which is obvious that he has, right? And so if he has those difficulties, when he does, it's confirmed by them forcing him out. And they've been doing this for a while. Like, they had everybody on board. Like, they said, all right, we're going to do this 6 months out. We're going to manage this thing and make a smooth transition to Kamala right before the Democratic National Convention, right? And they're going to try to do it to time it up, to do it when Trump was having his convention and steal the headlines in the press from that. That was part of their plan. But then Trump pulled that bullshit getting shot thing that happened with the ketchup gate, right? And so, like, the whole thing is just a mess of lying and deception. But this is totally anti-democratic. And they didn't need to do this because America didn't want this guy in the first place. Like, he was polling at 20%, but he lost in New Hampshire and he lost in Iowa. And he was saved in South Carolina. Then they rigged it for him. They came together and rigged it for him. But, like, you know, they didn't want the guy. And America didn't love this guy, right? But they forced this guy who was obviously having cognitive issues in 2019. And then they ended up doing this thing with Kamala. And they seem to want Kamala all along for whatever reason. But, right now it's, if she wins, it'd be like, how the fuck did that happen, right? Well, it's because we know it has happened because Trump sucks, right?
And above all, we need you to beat Donald Trump.
Beat Donald Trump.
And elect Kamala and Tim.
Because like, why are you frowning, bro? You're patting your head. This is his face. Like this is his relaxing frown face that he has. Like, you know, he's smiling because like they're saying something good. He's pounding his heart.
President and Vice President of the United States of America.
Look at that motherfucker.
Look, they'll continue to lead America forward, creating more jobs, standing up for workers, growing the economy, lower the cost to America.
Okay, so let's just wrap this thing up here.
And the power is literally in your hands. History is in your hands. Not hyperbole. It's in your hands.
It's in your hands.
America's future is in your hands. Let me close with this. Nowhere else in the world could a kid with a stutter and modest beginnings in Scranton, Pennsylvania, and Claymont, Delaware, grow up to sit behind the resolute desk in the Oval Office.
Yeah, because that's in America. Like if you were a kid and you couldn't be president of like Bulgaria because actually you grew up in Scranton and Claymont.
That's because America is and always has been a nation of possibilities.
Possibilities. That's possibilities.
Possibilities.
No, that's no malarkey.
We must never lose that.
We just don't lose those possibilities.
Never.
Never say never.
Kamala and Tim understand that this nation must continue to be a place of possibilities.
They know. Trump doesn't know. He doesn't get it.
Not just for the few of us, but for all of us. So join me in promising your whole heart to this effort, and where my heart will be. I promise I'll be the best volunteer Harrison Waltz has Cam ever seen.
Boom, I will be. I do that. As soon as they hide me away in the closet till after the election. That's how I'll volunteer by like going into the basement and never coming out until November.
Each of us
Look at her.
has a part in the American story. For me and my family, there's a song that means a lot to us, that captures the best of who we are as a nation.
Is it Shower Buddies by Creepy McJoe Magoo?
The song is called American Anthem. There's one verse that stands out, and I can't sing worth a damn, so I'm not going to try.
But you're funny.
I'll just quote it. The work and prayers of centuries have brought us to this day. What shall our legacy be? What will our children say? Let me know in my heart when my days are through. America, America, I gave my best to you.
Boom. He did. He gave his best to you. We love you, Joe. Joe, we love you. Thank you, Joe. 4 more years. 4 more years.
I made a lot of mistakes in my career, but I gave my best to you. For 50 years, like many of you, I've given my heart and soul to our nation. And I've been blessed a million times in return with the support of the American people. I've either been too young to be in the Senate because I wasn't 30 yet, and too old to stay as president.
Yeah, exactly. You're too old to stay as president. And finally, you admit it. You know, you need to step down now because you have Parkinson's and your brain doesn't work correctly. That's not a joke. That's not a joke. He's like, you know, the reason you're kicking him out, the reason he was kicked out is he's too old to run for president. That means he's too old to be president.
No. How grateful I am to all of you. I can honestly say, and I mean this in the bottom, give you my word as a Biden.
You give my word as a Biden. Like Bidens are so trustworthy people. Like we're not crackheads and scammers and plagiarists and stuff. We're like Biden. When you say Biden gives you a word, it's like it's good like 10% of the time at least.
I can honestly say I'm more optimistic about the future than I was when I was elected as a 29-year-old United States Senator. I mean it.
He means that. Woo!
Folks, we just have to remember who we are.
Who we are? Who are we?
We're the United
States of America. And we can do anything if we do it together.
And there's nothing we cannot do when we do it together.
Exactly.
God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
Boom. That's the thing. So they cut it off here. But Joe Biden comes up here. They're singing the songs, right? I guess he had said to his daughter, he gives his daughter a hug, touches his heart. And this is it. Like this is it. That's your swan song. It's your big moment. And his daughter's going to come up here at some point. Look at her wave. Look at her wave. Look at him go. They don't show him walking. They cut away. They don't let you see him walking, right? He just gives Kamala a hug. Says there, whatever. You're going to do a good job. Thanks you, Joe. Thank you, Joe, for having Alzheimer's and making me your vice president. I wouldn't be able to chance to be the first, knee-pads president in history. And look at this. Look at Dougie Fresh giving him a hug. Like, that's the guy. Look at him. Look at we love you, Joe. It's a great moment. The four of them together coming out here. Looks Hunter Biden coming out, bringing out their little baby. Where's the crackhead baby? Where's the crack baby, Hunter? Bring out the crack baby. Family's hugging or whatever it is, right? And so they're hugging and going around. I think at some point he cries here. That's what I'm waiting for. I want to see him fucking cry. Look at Hunter. He's the smartest guy he knows. Hunter's not going to jail, is he? He's like this guy. He's upstanding. There's Hunter's poor wife who's struggling. There's his granddaughter. He's going to snooze all of them, sniff their hair, and then move forward here. Jill's giving a little wave. There's Dougie Fresh. There's a little kid there. There's little Hunter's little baby there. The one that's not the crackhead baby. And then there's his daughter. He's going to hug her. Then he's going to start crying. His shower buddy. Look, he goes going that way. Hunter's got something to say. Yeah, Dad, you made some more. I'm gonna throw out some more paintings when we're done and get one last little, windfall profits and all that. Give Kamala another hug. Sniff her hair. Yeah, you already did that, Joe. You already said thank great for you. You did it. Yeah, you're wonderful. What's the thing? Yeah, you got me, you bitch. I knew you were gonna stab me in the back. And there's that kid. That kid's like that little nice hairdo going there, right? Kid's like, they're not cutting that kid's hair. He's got the... Everyone wave. This wave to celebrate the thing. Like, this is where the former president gets kicked out. Like, this is a unique convention, right? He aged out of this thing. He's going to, they have to show him walking here. You can see he just can't do it. Like, he just can't walk. Like, he's holding the kid's hand. All these things. There he goes. He's walking with his grandkid. Little kid with a nice hairdo. Look at there, like Luke Skywalker. Luke Skywalker's out there. Yeah. All these people there, right? They're all there. There's the Biden. Giving his word as a Biden. There's the people coming up behind him. Get out of here, old man, right? We gave you 15 minutes here. And so, I guess maybe it was before when he hugged his daughter when he came out. I guess that's when he started to cry. We'll see. Let me see if I can find that. So here it is. I guess it's backstage. So he's wiping his eyes, and his daughter's shower buddy. She's petting him. She's going to say to him, "We did it. Woo, we did it, Joe. We did it, Dad. You did it, you crying MNFer." And so, he's up there, look at him, all angry. So that is, they kicked you out, Joe. You're pretty much done. They're going to, they've escorted you out of the political theater. And now you're just a footnote in history. So that was an epic first night, right? And I'm going to probably cover the next 2 nights separately and then the last night separately. And I'll talk about this at the beginning of the video. So, like, I'm putting out a lot of content. This is 4 hours. I'll probably take 3 days to make the next video. And then, people can catch up with my other videos, like I said, because I had to rush those and put those out sooner than I wanted to. All right, so, that's that. Only spirituality will save this world. It's Paramano, definitely pouring from the Apocalypse and the Ascension. Everyone have a blessed day and be grateful.